sisters, take a little time to really look at one another, then ask yourself, can we really afford to lose one another? We must understand that we are all we got. We're forgetting our past, blinded by crack and gun smoke. We must turn that mess around and make the other man choke.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I'm a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius. What is a lion without his pride? What is a whale without his pod? What is a monkey without his troop? What is a wolf without his pack? The answer is very simple. They are the same thing that a human being is without a tribe. Pray.
One of the most frequent questions that I get is, where are the children, and why you call yourselves the children of the sun?
It's another marvelous day. Let's conquer Moja. Let's toast. First, we're going to start off with the water. A lot of us might be suffering from some dehydration, but it is what it is. If you're getting with me, regardless of what time you're doing it, do your toast. Whether you got ambrosia or not, do the toast. Drink water with me, okay? Let's do this daily. $16 ounces, can't hurt. Now we're going to open a bottle. Because I don't think I opened a bottle with y'all toasting on YouTube. So let's do that. I should have had my tube ready and I agree. Alright, I got my container underneath, I got my bottle, because I know it's going to be lively. This is a bottle of the Death Eater, as you can see, the black top, okay? So we're going to open that. Wow. Always have your backup cup. No matter how long I let it sit, a lot of times it still does that. It's a live drink. That's what I keep trying to tell everybody. You never know what the attitude of the bottle is. You'll lose half your bottle if you do not have a bigger cup underneath. All right? So I'm going to finish opening this one. This one is the Death Eater. Like I said, I could kill all that off, but that's part of the health piece right there. A lot of people in their old age, they need help burping. And these carbonated drinks, these healthy carbonated drinks, because I could kill this off and put just enough carbon in it, because they do have a process for that. We need the bubbles. Bubbles help us burp. You see that? Natural bubbles. So we're going to drink first. Sending shots out to the Creator. We toast the Creator by whatever name you choose to call that Creator. We salute and respect, because we know that energy is all around us anyway, right? So we call on that energy in all its shapes and forms. We call on our ancestors, starting with our personal line, ending with our personal line. We call on our personal line ancestors. This is not a community libation. This is a libation or a toast for us and our family line. We toast our family line. And we say, Ashe, right? We toast this present moment, which is Umoja. Thank goodness it's Umoja, because we got a lot to talk about. And I know the energy is right, because there's things that happen to make sure that I'm going to talk about what I'm going to talk about today. We toast, and we say, Ashe. From there, we toast our children, our children's children, unto infinity, and we say, Ashe. And as we say in Gye-Nyame, 100 years. Also, I want you to notice the darker color too. I have to kind of keep these ones in darkness, you know, but these bottles are dark and shaped differently. This is also a thinner glass. I know you probably can't see the difference, but if you look, you can see this one is a little bit more opaque than this one. You can almost see through this one, and it's a little lighter glass. This one is a little bit thicker. You can look at the bottom, it's a little bit thicker. Plus it has a different top, right? So some people who want to keep it top and keep it fizzy, you need to order one of these ones. So I'm gonna make it possible for you to order one of these, but this one is a little bit more expensive. It's more expensive glass, thicker, and it carries a little bit more. All right, so, all right. It's a little bit more. We're gonna finish this boy. Now, for those that don't know, I call it the Death Eater because it has a herb combination of burdock root and dandelion root. Right? Burdock and dandelion are two very powerful herbs, but what makes it even better is that they are widely available and they grow wild in most places, at least in the Midwest. I can't speak for all over, but I know at least in the Midwest. So I'm trying to get people familiar with things that they could use in their environment to make themselves healthy without having to get all exotic. You see what I'm saying? I think these herbs have been overlooked because they're not exotic. You know what I'm saying? We want the nonis and the ginsengs and all this stuff. Woo, man, that we can't necessarily get in a crisis. But in a crisis, you get you some dandelion root. You get you some dandelion leaf. Hell, you get dandelion flowers. All of it's edible. Same thing with burdock. You know what I'm saying? You can even eat the burbs. You know what I'm saying? It's a little bit bitter, but you can eat the damn near the whole plant, especially when it's young. The older it get, the more bitter it get. It's kind of rough. So, you know, finish this up. So we got 16 ounces of water and 12 ounces of almost fail, and 12 ounces of that ambrosia. Years. Hear ye, we call this board meeting to order for the second time. I say the second time because I just finished this tape. My alarm came on and erased the whole goddamn thing, man. I'm upset right now. I'm really mad, man. Because that was I'm at a loss for words. All right, we call this board meeting together to celebrate Umoja, talk about Umoja. Right now, what I'm gonna talk about now. Also, you got to remember that you not only have Umoja on this day, you have truth and you have mentalism. But a lot of the universe is all mental, which we could kind of argue. You know what I'm saying? We kind of argue because it's not. I say it's that life force, and the mental energy can help guide it and shape it and form it. Sort of like if you was Green Lantern with a Green Lantern ring, your ring is your mind, and the universe is the energy that you can form stuff with. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's get to what I'm talking about. Let's talk a little bit about this unity, because in our community there's a lot of disunity. Lot of, you know what I'm saying, and the fact of the matter is that our community has been fractured, right? Our community has been fractured. There is this element in our community that we have to discard to fit in to this West Asian society, right? There's a part of us that we have to discard, right? We got to discard, totally discard, and our shadow. You know what I'm saying? The shadow go by many names, but most of us know it as the nigga, right? In order for us to fit. And a lot of us agree that we need to get rid of the nigga. But I don't necessarily agree. I mean, sometimes the nigga piss me off and I get on my rants and shit. See, because that nigga, that whole negative aspect, the only reason a lot of the practices of the nigga are looked at as negative is because the dominant society, see, let me say this, the dominant society wants us to divorce part of ourselves. Nobody else in history needs to do that. We have to divorce a whole part of ourselves. We have to get rid of a whole part of our culture. And in a sense, that thing that we call a nigga is that rebelling spirit that makes up a majority of us, right? So we got to act a different way when we go into institutions. We got to handle business a different way because, of course, our ancestors weren't wise enough to handle business, right? You know what I'm saying? We weren't wise enough to master war. You know that, right? You know that. Our ancestors weren't wise enough to master international commerce. You know that, right? We weren't wise enough to have doctors. And, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's a whole portion of us that we have to take to the side and move over here. Psychologically, we know that this is very dangerous. We know this is very dangerous. When you do not address a part of your psyche, a large part of your psyche, when you do not address it, when you do not work with it, when you try to avoid it, when you try to hide from it, right? You cause a schism, a split, right? This is why. I want y'all to think about this. This is why the most gangster motherfucker on the street, the most niggerish nigga, right? When confronted by older people or a parent that they care about, they are no longer Gangster Remy, they Tyrone. And they deal with that person in a totally different, it's almost psychotic when you see it. You can see an individual go from the gangsterest gangster all the way back to little Tyrone. I've seen it, right? And I know some of y'all seen it too. And some of us do it. We have different street personalities than institutional personalities, right? That's a schism, right? Because we always talking about keeping it real. We talk this keep it real shit when we not keeping it real. Talking that keeping it real shit when we not keeping it real, right? So I have to, I wanted to share a story with you because I shared it in the first cut, right? And it's not your fault. I'm just very upset. It's a schism running through our community. And what a lot of people don't understand, that there's a major part of who we are. And see, and I want everybody to understand, because I know some people, if once they see this, however long it takes, right? Because remember I said you get what you expect. I'm expecting a lot. But I'm not saying that a lot of the negative aspects of the nigga is who we are. What I'm saying, I want to be very clear about this. I want you to hear, I want you to put on your hearing ears, right? I'm saying that we may have to change the perspective of how we look at this individual or this thing we call a nigga, because we're looking at it through the eyes of our enemy. Right? We're looking at the habits, we're looking at the practices, we're looking at an individual who is geared, or this thing that is geared towards survival, that at every turn is very life is being threatened. It can't work. It can't garden. It can't hunt. Right? So the only thing left for it to do to survive is to survive on the people around it. This is a entity that's flowing through. And because we have not addressed it as a people, and because we have not addressed it as a country, and because we have not opened up and accepted what it is, rather than looking at it through our enemy's eyes, we always gonna suffer. See, and I'm guilty of this shit. By us trying to exterminate the nigga, we don't realize that we exterminating ourselves. It's sort of like the battle between Heru and Seth. There would be no Heru if there was no fucking Seth. Seth set the whole shit off. I'm just saying. What did the ancestors do with Seth? Did they destroy Seth? No, they stopped. As a matter of fact, Heru was in a bloodlust and was about to kill Seth when his mama jumped in to protect her brother, and Heru ended up cutting off her goddamn head. I want y'all to understand the significance of this, right? When we look at these stories, right? See, I'm not saying that as if, oh, Heru may he rest in peace forever. I'm not saying it as if it's real. But what I'm saying it is as the metaphor, the story. What is the lesson? Not the historical facts. Not the historical fact. I'm not looking for that. What is the lesson there? Why didn't the mama want the son to kill the uncle? Why did she risk her life? You can't kill that part of yourself. He became useful to the council of gods. Not just Heru, I'm talking about Seth. And this is the point. We're trying to murder Seth. We're trying to crush Seth. When Seth has a place at the table. The nigga has a place at the table. Every last one of us, especially those that's like in positions like I am, every last one of us got niggas around us. Oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? You gonna mess with the wrong brother in the suit and tie. And watch and see if Pookie don't come showing up on your doorstep. Right? Because we know. See, but we're using it in the wrong way. Now, this is the point, and I'm going to get to my story. Right? There once was a young brother, man, Ain't once. He's still around. But he was one of the first young warriors that I had the pleasure of working with. And when he hear this, he gonna be mad as a motherfucker, but that's cool. He can forgive me. I ask for forgiveness in advance, little bro. I won't say your name. Right? So, he was one of the first. So, a lot of the questions and shit, see, because I need people to understand, like, people coming in and learning these questions, right? Like, what is a warrior? Those are new. At the beginning of the underground, there was about 7 questions. 7 to 9, right? Actually, it was my fault. It was a little bit more than that, but now. And the young people had to learn them, as well as the brothers that was administrating it, right? Had to learn the questions, right? And this brother knew them all. What are you on? Underground Railroad. Where you headed to the east? What's in the east? Freedom. What's freedom? Peace of the spirit, mind, and body. What's peace? Peace is harmony and order. Do you have principles? Yes. How many? 7. Why 7? Because 7 is the universal number of study, rest, and perfection. What are they? Moja, Kuch, Shakalia, Ujima, Jamania, Kumba, and Mani. Then we move on from there. But all of the questions to the right of that, and all of the questions to the left of that, all spawned from those. Right? This brother knew all of them. He knew some of the meditations, right? He knew, I've been consistent, man. You can be mad at me, you can hate me, I've been consistent. He knew it all. So he ended up doing some time in the pen. Some crazy shit, you know what I'm saying? Can't save them all, right? Can't save them all, right? Even from themselves. Once again, the nigga expressing himself. You have to find healthy ways to get the nigga out. I'm gonna explain that energy at the end of this, right? Now, so he go to prison and he hooks up with the Bloods, and because he was going through what I was taking through, and because he had some other experiences prior to me, you know, the Bloods really spoke to him. So he joined the Bloods. So when he came out, he was a grown man. You know, I was like real glad to see him, you know, and usually when brothers come out, you know what I'm saying, when I was single, you know what I'm saying, I would go get them, bring them to the crib, we would kick it, you know what I'm saying, introduce them to the fam, because a lot of stuff, because I never stop. Bro, it's always going to be somebody new that you need to meet, you know what I'm saying, this is the order, you know what I'm saying, this is how things flow, you know, but anyway. So we started talking, and I started noticing his language, see, because this is one of the things that we need to, as a people, learn from the gangs, right? The gangs have sacred things, and they have taboos. Taboos are undoables, right? So when he would use the word see, because I started noticing some of his letters, he would put a mark through the C, line through the C. You know what I'm saying? He never said cousin or blue. It was always flu or fuzz, and, you know, and I'm listening to this shit. I'm like, yo, what's up with that? And he explained it to me. He said, you know, we don't fuck with the color blue, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, one day we was riding in my car. It's time I think I had a van. You know, I was taking him somewhere, you know. He called me late night, you know. Because I'm like, yo, dude, dog, you know, you a Blood now, you know. I'm going to let you do your thing, you know. But when he really needs some help, call fam, right? So I come get him one night. We ride. Let him crash at the crib. We start talking. So, you know, I'm like, I can't understand, you know, because I'm trying to understand, dude. After I done showed you and I done gave you the proof that you are a divine being, why the fuck you want to be a Blood? I don't understand. So he started breaking it down, and you know, and I'm like, yo, you know, I'm not trying to proselytize. If it's working for you, all right, I'm cool. But I have one question for you. I said, my brother, you still believe in the crate? Yeah. Still believe in the ancestors? Yeah. All right, cool. All right. if the ancestors and the Creator decided to communicate with you in blue, would you receive the message? Don't fuck with Brother Hatem. Listen, don't fuck with me. Alright? Don't fuck with me. Alright? And he was stunned. I said, you know, I ain't talking about it coming through the enemy side. I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying, you depressed and a beautiful blue bird fly by you. Will you just not be able to see the bird? You know what I'm saying? If wisdom is lying in a blue book, will you not touch the book? You know what I'm saying? A gentleman or a lady that has some information that could save your life, that could make your life better, make your children's lives better, your future children's life better. Would you neglect it because it was in a blue book? I'm just asking. You know what I'm saying? He said, you know, big brother, I gotta think about that. He went to jail. I got a letter from him, and he discussed the question. Right. So, I won't go into me and his further discussion, but what I'm trying to say is that there's a schism in our community where, and it's being exploited because we all want to belong to something. And there's a lot of things that has been created for us to belong to, that were created for us, that made to look like it was created by us, that are active in our community, that is pulling us all in different directions, which saps the umoja in our community. Because some of our differences are so deep, some of the chasms between our differences are so deep that we can't even hear each other. We can't even see each other. I have erased blue out of my context of existence. I have erased red out of the context of my existence. I have erased Jesus out of the context of my existence. I have erased Haru out of the context of my existence. I have erased Israel out of the context of my existence. I erased Kemet out of the context of my existence. You know what I'm saying? We have taken sides in a battle that will not put money into any of our pockets. We have chosen sides in battles that would not put political power on the table for any of us. We have chosen sides that will not put economic energy into our community, into our families. And we're willing to die. So the lesson on unity is this. Because I'm hearing all these conspiracy theories, and I'm not necessarily, you know what I'm saying, where, you know, in Hollywood, they break the psyche, and in breaking the psyche, they're able to split it into two, and the spirit of the demon is able to inhabit one. They don't need to take black folks through no rituals like that, because we already got a schism. It's between the part of us that wants to be West Asian and then it's a schism. Right? And a lot of us are not realizing that because we are not harnessing this energy, because we're not harnessing Heru, right? Because we're not harnessing Heru, and I'm saying this Heru, because we're not harnessing Heru, because we're not training Heru, Heru is tearing shit up. Right? Set over here having a good time, because Set is winning. Actually, we think Set is Heru. We think the West Asian is the West Asian in us is good, when in fact it's Heru screaming for attention, screaming for us to look at it, screaming at us. Look at this energy. You can't find a way to use this energy. We got all these scholars, and not one of them has figured out a way to channel the energy of the very thing that will free us. Everybody's scared of the nigga. Y'all ain't figured that out yet? Everybody. Everybody. That's why they arm up against you. That's why they lynch you in mobs. right? That's why you got lynch moms. You don't got individuals lynching a nigga. You got moms lynching them. Everybody's scared of you all over the world. But we're not harnessing. We're not training. Now I'm done. I'm going to say this and I'm done. When I was young, I used to play football. Football is a totally different game now. This is why I don't even coach, right? My coach used to kick my ass on a regular basis. I'm just keeping it all the way real. And I wanted to be on that team so bad, right? I needed, that was my game, right? They took my energy and they harnessed it. And I remember we used to have this thing called the bullpen. I came at the tail end of this. Some of y'all old enough to remember this. Where you would get in the middle of the circle, right? And you would be put into a pen. And the coach would call a number, and that number would come rushing out at you, and you would have to go on and stand your ground up against this dude. I didn't give a damn how big he was, right? They harnessed that aggressive, they harnessed that warrior energy. And those lessons back then have set with me up until now, right? You used to have to use those elbows. When they came at you, you had to use those elbows, right? And that was like once you made it through that, you was part of the team. You was jumped in. There's a lot of shit from these games and from these old school sports dudes that we need to be learning. And there's a reason why all of them have been wiped out. There's a reason. But listen, I'm not going to belabor you, but our unity is dependent upon us unifying within ourselves. Right, and understanding and healing the chasm between Heru and Sam. Between who we want to be in the end. We can't leave this. We can't. We need that energy. That energy will help you with your mathematics. That energy and that grit will help you with your English lessons. It will help you get your doctorate. It will help you maintain your business. It's tearing up because you're ignoring it. When you ignore the shadow acts out. Isn't that what it's supposed to do? This is Brother Hatim, and remember, today is, and I'm out. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you. Right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. Where y'all at? The microwave? For real? The microwave? Just get up. Just wake up. Wake up. And stop trying to eat. I thought you was on the warrior diet with me. Let's go. Come on. Peace, great day, yo. So, this is Koji. My fault.
It's Coochie Chocolate. Great Coochie Chocolate to you. Of course, you know we got to jump start today. Get that water in you, yo. Get that water. Alright, toast. Drink up the water. Drink the water with me, and then we'll do the toast. Drink the water with me. Try to do 16 ounces. I'm understanding a lot of us are dehydrated. We're not drinking enough water. Pop is not water. Kool-Aid is not water. You know, get your water. Get your water. We want to build towards wealth. The basis of all wealth is health. Alright, so we work on it a step at a time. Alright? Not any further ado. I mixed some bottles up last night. I don't know. I got some stuff in this one. We'll find out in a second. I'll go over the sink though. Ready? That wasn't that exciting. Okay. Let's see how it pours. Okay, has some carbonation. It didn't explode. It wasn't that dramatic. I let this one sit for a while. Let's see what it is. Kind of musty. All right, we'll see. All right, first, let's see what this is first. That's a mix with God Body and Original. All right, so here we go. We're going to toast to the Creator by whatever name we choose to call that Creator. We say, Ashe, that's right, life force, right? Then we move to our ancestors. We salute our ancestors. Now, during our toast, I stress that you stress. I stress that you stress. Stress your personal ancestors. It's your toast, your personal ancestors, right? Toast them. We toast this moment. Today is Coochie Chocolate. We toast it. And last but not least, we toast our children, children on to infinity. And we say, Ashe. With that, our toast go 100 years. That was different. All right. So let me give you the quick agenda. We're going to run through bloodletting. Got to do the Ashe breath. And then we go do the board meeting because I got to do a lot of ironing this morning. But Coochie, oh, my fault. Not only is it just Coochie, remember on the list, on the calendar, we have Coochie, we have correspondence, which is the Hermetic principle, and we have justice, which is the Myotic principle, all right? So we can cover any of those. So depending on how the board feel when I get down there, we're going to talk about some stuff. But definitely moving in the direction of talking about Coochie today, and also harnessing our Ashe, since we kind of started talking about the Ashe. So I got to get busy. Peace. while you're oilating, you don't need to let that time go to waste. You can start cleaning up, you know, do some things like sweeping, mopping, get the kids' food ready, make you some tea, just a whole myriad of things. You ain't just got to sit there and gargle with the coconut oil for 20 minutes. You can do other things while you're waiting. Hear ye, we call this board meeting into order. So I got my kids' clothes, I'm getting them ready for today. So I'm not gonna put creases in them. So for those that don't know how to do the crease, you keep up with me and the board today, right? Here go the board right here, right? There go the gavel, the iron, getting it together. We're knocking the creases out of our life. All of us, we have creases in our life. Speaking of that, creases, right? How do you keep the creases out of your life? What's a crease? A crease is a wrinkle, right? So what we do is when we iron, we try to organize those wrinkles. So when we start practicing the Nguzo Saba challenge and we start saluting the day and we start defining the day for ourselves, what we're doing is we're knocking the wrinkles out of our life. Kuji Chagalia is your iron that you're taking over your life and defining and laying it down. You're guiding your life force. You're guiding your ashe, right? Do y'all have to hear Brother Hatim use the term ashe? What is ashe? Ashe is life energy, right? It's energy. You get it out your food. It flows through your blood. You know what I'm saying? When you take air in, you're taking in ashe, right? Ashe connects all of us, right? And when we start taking control of our life, we start controlling our life force. And the sad truth is that most of us are wasting our life force, or not even wasting it. We got other people wasting our life force, right? What I mean, people set up systems to guide and control others. Ashe, I could get you to live for me. I could get you to help me build. I could get you to die for me. You know what I'm saying? Guide your life force. And the piece is, when we wake up, what we're trying to do, we're trying to get y'all together. Now, let me go back to this whole daily toast piece. The whole daily toast piece is about you taking control, or using your Kuji Chagalia to take control of your day, right? To move forward in the way that you want to move. That's why I say get up, drink some water. You know what I'm saying? Set your mind. You know, some of y'all be like, Brother Hatim, I don't meditate. I'm like, cool. You don't have to meditate. Do you pray? You know what I'm saying? In some form or fashion, you need to have some type of ritual, some type of routine that you're getting up and you're setting the tone for your day. When you get up and you toast with me, regardless of when you get up, you know what I'm saying? You don't got to get up early in the morning like I'm doing right now. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us do, but some of us, we don't wake up like that. When you get up, join me. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to have no ambrosia. You know what I'm saying? I would prefer, but if you don't have ambrosia, man, just drink a healthy drink. Drink some water. All of us got water. Like I said, man, if you got YouTube and you ain't got no water, something wrong. Because you got to, you know what I'm saying? Unless you live in a totally free Wi-Fi city, some form of fashion, you got water available to you. Drink that water. You know what I'm saying? Get your body jump started. Do a meditation. Do a prayer. Do just a couple of stretches. It don't take a lot. You know what I'm saying? Move your body. Set the tone for yourself, right? And that's what Kuji Chagalia is all about. Now, I spoke a little bit about correspondence. Correspondence, for those that don't know, is a hermetic principle. It's supposedly a law that states, as above, so below. Our ancestors used to study the stars, right? Not only study the stars, they started noticing that big things are mimicked by small things, and small things are mimicked by big things. So this gave them the idea that by them studying the small, they get a better understanding of the above. Or by them studying above, they get a better understanding of what's below. Like, for example, you got this thing called astrology, where individuals are able to kind of predict some of the things that's going to happen with you, or tell your character by when you was born, because you have certain people who, through their relationship, through their mastery of the stars, are able to predict certain characteristics, certain happenings, right? I mean, astronomy is the same way. By studying the stars, they're able to predict what's going to happen. But astronomy stays in the stars. Astrology connects the stars and what's going on here, right? So the piece about correspondence that we need to understand with Coochie Chocolate is that the sun does the same things all the time. The stars out there that's bigger than the sun, because y'all do know a star is bigger than the sun, do the same thing. They have the same orbit. They have the same rituals. And the piece is, you need to set your agenda like the stars. You need to do your thing like the stars. You need to be consistent like the stars. And it's hard, man. I mean, it takes a lot of energy. Getting up early in the morning, getting up earlier than I have to, because I want to make sure that I'm able to put something together for y'all, right? Put something together for us. See, because like I said, I'm legacy building. See, because not only am I setting the tone for my life, one day my kids will see this, right? And hopefully they'll be able to get the lesson that I'm sharing with you, right? I'm not going to belabor the point this morning. I want to thank everybody for tuning in, taking the time, like, subscribe, most importantly, share this, right? And I'm about to call the board meeting out of session. Remember, great days are not had, they're made. Get out and make your day. Make it, right? You set the tone already. You with me right now. Let's go out and let's get it, right? Peace. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. Man, me and Sasha's getting hyped for Gye-Nyame. Gye-Nyame about to start. It's collecting one of those responsibilities.
You're so excited.
He's so excited, yeah, because it's Gye-Nyame. And it's time for us to build. Tell them peace.
Peace, y'all.
Starting off with that water, y'all. Let's get it. That morning toast. Jumpstart that system. Now, we about to go on and toast it. Toast with the ambrosia early in the morning. Alright, you ready? I'm talking about. The original. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. It's a great day. I want to say great Ujuma. Here's to created by whatever name you choose. Call that creator. Just call a creator, right? Then we toast to our personal ancestors, right? Your family, right? Make sure you pour for them, you drink for them. We pour for our children's children to infinity. But I kind of skipped. Lastly, we want to pour and we want to drink for this moment. It's Ujin. It's Ujima. Excuse me, I messed up. It's Ujima, right? We want to toast for that collective work and that responsibility, that righteousness of the day. We're looking for that, so we're going to drink up. And I know I had to get my one bottle down, y'all. Keep this going as long as we can. We're going to work on the oiletting. Then also we about to do an Ashe breath. Then we're going to go to the board. All right. I want to thank everybody that's been watching. All right. Especially those special little fans that be checking it out. Right.
How you do this again?
one's for you. I said this one's for you. I said this one's for you. I said this one's for you.
Let me start at the beginning. Way before the ratchetness, before they raped our women. Way black in the time. A woman can't come from a man, so she birthed mankind. Through that holy yoni in between her legs, divine. You can't see it from this angle with the Eurocentric mind. You've been trained well, so your future is behind. Take a look around, girl, the truth ain't hard to find. See that white standard of beauty got you bleaching your mind. For 400 years they said you was ugly, but you're fine. Shit, more than fine. Got a beauty they can't match even. Brains too strong and wise like Queen Sheba. Most can't deal with your strength, that's why they steal.
Peace is Ujima, and I'm calling this board meeting into session. We got the board, we have you, we got our agenda. All right, take 3. Good grief. All right, fam, let's do it again. All right, damn. I mean, I did this 3 times. Let me take a sip of that ambrosia just to calm my nerves. I did this 3 times. I set up the alarm so that I could make sure that I'm up, and I got it set for different periods. Every time the alarm come on, it turns off the camera, and I lose all of the footage. I know it's somewhere in there, but I ain't got time to look for it, right? And what I'm trying to do is keep the footage short enough and quick enough so that I will be able to upload it. And by the time I get ready to go to the car, all I gotta do is send it up, be done with it, and have it out to you. Because I honestly believe that information that I have can help, right? So we're talking about Ujima, collective worker responsibility. Last night, we had a show about this, the show on Kuchi Chagalia, Folk Tales for Grown Folk, was The Seller of Images. And it was about a craftsman that basically made images. And he had made an image of the deity Mercury. But when it wasn't selling, right, he went out to the market and started yelling and telling people that he had made an image of a benefactor that would make them wealthy. One of the passersby looked at him and said, "Hey man, you know, why would you sell that when that looked like something that you could need?" And he said, "This benefactor brings you wealth very slowly. I need money now." You know what I'm saying? In layman's terms, I need money now. And many of us been in that situation, right? Now, I took it from 2 angles. One, that he was a hustler and he knew that that image didn't bring that, but just to move his product, he went out and started telling lies or false narratives, right? He was selling a false narrative like a lot of us are getting today, right? But the point I want to focus on this morning, because I want to bring it around to you being part of a generational people, us being generational people, is that let's just take for this conversation that he honestly believed. He honestly believed that the deity that he had carved and was selling actually was a benefactor that brought great fortune. All you had to do was be patient, right? And he didn't have the patience. So when the guy asked him, he said, "I need money now." That still reminds me of a lot of us. A lot of us are willing to sell out a long-term gain for a short-term satisfaction, a long-term gain for a short-term profit, right? Many of us live our lives like that, right? And what I'm saying is that you're a generational people. This means we come from people who thought generations in advance, right? I kind of covered this before, but I want you to think about how your mind state changed, not only by taking the Goose Cyber Challenge, but realizing that you come from people who actually live their lives with you being here in mind, right? So it's like, you know, when you live your life like that, you can't pollute the environment because you're poisoning your grandchildren and possibly yourself. See, because being a generational person means that you come back. And if we keep it the way it is, the way we used to do it, when you came back to a random place, you came back to the same bloodline. So the stuff that you do today affects your tomorrow, right? Because you could be born back in the same family 5, 6, 7, 8 generations from now. Wouldn't you want this family to be in a better situation than it is right now? Right? The children you have today may be your great-grandparents tomorrow. Now, with that being said, what I'm trying to bring across is this. With collective work and responsibility, right? We understand that we're working for a collective, but the collective is bigger. The collective is bigger than just you and your family. The collective is, and I don't even want to take it out into the community because I see a lot of families fall apart because individuals got so involved with the community work, which is very important, and we need to take better care of those type of people. But the point is, I want you to understand the collective for you personally is bigger than just being outside of yourself. You know what I'm saying? Your collective is built up of your past, that's your ancestors, your present, that's you and your life, and what's going on with your family right now, and your future. Okay? Now, what does that mean? When you start looking at the world like that, right, you understand that you have a bigger responsibility than just right now. You got to understand, you have been trained in a world that wants you to believe in disposable commodities. They provide us with stuff that we could just throw away real quick. We've been trained. You know what I'm saying? I want a burger, I go get a burger real quick. I can take the wrapper, I can throw it away, and somebody else will handle it, and I don't have to worry about it, right? I ain't got to worry about the pollution and stuff like that. I ain't got to worry about it because I'm not coming back. You know what I'm saying? It's disposable. My life is disposable. Everything is disposable. When I leave, it's done. Ha-ha. My grandkids got to deal with it. Ha-ha. You know what I'm saying? That is a messed up way of dealing with. I got to do this shirt, y'all, so I'm coming down to this again, all right? So now, those that don't know, the little pointy end of the ironing board, that's for getting those shirts. You know, I hope y'all, you know, I know a lot of y'all young and rich. Y'all don't understand this stuff. You know, y'all got people to do stuff for you like this. But Brother Tim can't afford it. You know what I'm saying? Right now, you know, I had to make a sacrifice for my collective, right? But the point that I want to bring home to you is, when you live your life in a way where you know you're not a disposable commodity, where you know that you are responsible for not only the past, the present, you're responsible for the future, and that the decisions you make not only affect you, but they affect your grandchildren and possibly will come around and bite you in your ass, right? You live your life differently. When you understand that you're going to come back to your children, you know what I'm saying? You will be affected by your actions. You're going to come back into the family. I want you to think about all of the shit that people do in families now. The fucked up shit. Now, if this is only happening because I honestly believe that people are disconnected from the fact that they're generational. You're going to come back till you get it right, my friend. And even when you stop coming back, you're going to have to look out for your bloodline. Right? Sometimes we get so spiritual, we get stupid. Right? It's like, oh, it's everybody and blah, blah, blah. But yo, what if you are responsible particularly for a bloodline? What if you're responsible for strengthening a bloodline? Right? You know what I'm saying? What if that's your responsibility? Collective work and responsibility. Taking it a little bit farther than the damn job. Taking it farther than the career. I'm talking about generational building. Right? Many of us are settling for the short-term goals, right? the short-term profits, the short-term returns, rather than looking at the long game. Right? We do that in business. We do that in our lives. Right? Stop shorting yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're missing out on the compound interest in investments, and you're missing out on the compound interest in what you do for your family. I'm going back to that family thing. I think a lot of us do a lot of fucked up things in our bloodlines because we really don't realize that we got to come back and deal with that madness. We honestly believe, we have been brainwashed to believe that this is a one-time thing. You're here randomly. You're here randomly. So you have no real responsibility outside of your feelings for your family. When in fact, you set the bloodline. So some of y'all some of y'all that are abusing people in your family, sexually, mentally, emotionally, physically, you're going to reap the harvest of that. You're not out of here. You're coming back. So now, if you was to live your life like that, I think that would improve a lot of your hustle. That'll solve a lot of family issues. We got to come back. We got to deal with each other. We can't get along. Hell, we might be born brother and sister. Again. You know what I'm saying? Or better yet, you know what I'm saying? But the point I'm trying to make is, as a collective, we have a responsibility to start thinking generationally, right? And only by thinking generationally can you build wealth. Yeah, there's some black people that do well, but I'm telling you what they are. They're rich. They're not wealthy, right? Because, you know, wealth is part of a community. Wealth comes from families, groups. Wealth don't come from individuals. They said, what about Bill Gates? But I bet you Bill Gates got a couple of other billionaires in his immediate surroundings. You know what I'm saying? In his collective. I bet you Bill Gates got some other millionaires and multimillionaires around him that he helped create. He built a community. And we have to be in the same way. We got to take the same responsibility. We got to think in the same collective fashion. Yo, so this is Brother Hatim, and I'm out of here, yo. It's a great Ujima. And I'll see y'all tomorrow for Ujima. Peace. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. What you doing in here? Come on, get up. It's time to toast, man. Look, I got the package. We're gonna open this today, man. I'm so excited. Come on, let's go. Hurry up. Great Nia, y'all. Yo, hey, it's time for us to do our morning toast. I'm so excited today because I got my book, Freedom Within Limits, and I'm going to open this on purpose. I like that. I'm going to open this on purpose. We're on purpose today. We're going to have an excellent conversation. But first, we got to start the day. Of course, y'all know we start with the water. Y'all see it going into the glass. So jumpstart that day, y'all. Get all the water this morning. Get it in. Start it up. Get your body revved up. Come on, drink it all. Drink it all. Come on. It's only 16 ounces. That's that original. Look like tomorrow we're going to start on that slow sipper. I want y'all to see it. Now, if you don't have the ambrosia, there's other health drinks that you could do. Let's start the day off with putting something powerful in our body, okay? So first, we're going to toast the Creator, or whatever name you choose to call the Creator, right? Whatever makes you comfortable. Just call the Creator. We know that energy is around us. We're asking the energy to be active in our lives on this day of Nia. Now, we're going to toast our ancestors, right? Our personal ancestors, our grandmothers and our grandfathers, great-grandmothers, our great-grandfathers, our aunts, our uncles, and our friends. Yesterday was the anniversary of one of my best friends that passed away. So, today, toasting John Fallard, shouts out, brother. Now we're going to toast this present moment, which is Nia. We're going to drink for that Nia, or pour, you know what I'm saying? Because this is a libation, but instead of pouring it out, we're pouring it in. And last but not least, we are toasting our children, our children's children unto infinity. Go and enjoy your drink. So, let's open up this package, then get to cleaning out. Now, we all know, well, I ain't gonna say we all know, but having a daily routine is important, right? Especially before we go out into the world and start working these jobs or jobs or pursuing our career. It's good to set the more things in motion. So what I want to do today is share with you something that I've been working on for about 2 years now. And it's a book that I compiled. I took a lot of blogs and I put a book together, right? Some new material, some old material. So we're going to open it and see how it feels and how it looks. Your own book, right? When you do your own stuff, it's nothing like it, but this is how it comes packaged so that you can go and review it. it's nothing like looking at your name, right? Your name on your project. So I'm gonna go through it and kick it. Matter of fact, let's do this. I'm gonna read the introduction to you. This project took on a life of its own. I had no plan to publish, but who am I to know what the universe has in store for us on our personal journey? It is hard to believe that all this began as a challenge from a fellow poet. I was hosting a poetry show on the north side of Columbus in a cafe called New Harvest. We started the show in basically the same way I created this book. We formed a poet circle that met every Wednesday night and shared our work with each other and whoever would listen. We attracted poets from all over, and one of them was a sister named Tiff. It just so happened that Tiff participated in a writer workshop and other circles. She presented me with a challenge to write a haiku a day for 30 days. At first I was scared, but I figured I'd give it a try. 30 days turned into 60, and 60 into 120, on till I compiled enough to put this book together. It is funny how everything seems to work together, because at the same time that I started this journey with haiku, I also began using Twitter. The short form of haiku appeared to be perfect for Twitter, so I would share what I was writing on. Unfortunately, I got no notice, but this did not stop me. The more I used the haiku, the more I began to see the freedom that the 3 lines actually gave me. I began to use the form to express all types of thoughts that occurred to me. Those thoughts began to take life in my blog, and for a while, each of my blogs contained a haiku, or haiku. I took the ancient form and became proficient at it. I am far from mastery of the style, but I applied enough time to it to call myself a novice. It is incredible how 3 lines and 17 syllables can give you an infinite amount of material to write about, and I figured that was the lesson. A person is not defined by their limits unless they accept them as the fact. We become great when we take what we have and shape it into the things that we need to prosper in this world. The limits of haiku and kujichagulia that I applied to my writing opened up a whole new world for me. The craziest part about this book is that I threw away and lost more haiku than I was able to publish. This book came from a need that I had to express myself in my own unique way. I hope that those that read this work will find inspiration, humor, and mistakes, so that you can see that we all are works in progress. I hope that I move you to give yourself a mission to reach for and accomplish your goals, no matter what they are. Now I need to be honest with you as well. I also published this book to raise funds. I believe you cannot become wealthy if you rely on one stream of income. I'm working toward building 7 streams of income, and hopefully those streams will not only be able to fund me, but fund the organization that I have. I pledge that 50% of all the money that is spent to purchase this ebook will go to Gye-Nyame Tribe, an organization that I have invested my time, blood, and sweat and tears into. This organization is community-based and focused on nation building and teaching others to nation build through their service to others. Gye-Nyame Tribe is my baby, where I locally try to provide activities to fill in the empty spaces in our members' lives. Through Gye-Nyame Tribe, we provide study groups, martial arts classes, camping trips, and etc. to all those involved in the fam. The goal that I have now is to be able to take some of the young people and adults to Ghana. So understand, when you support the journey, you are supporting much more than a little hot Tim. I feel that I have a nation on my back, and if I don't strive every day to do something to build it, I have failed my children. Peace in 100 years. So, that's the book. He ain't allowed me to put nothing on the back this time. I don't know what's up with that. But hey, it's cool. Alright, so let's get busy.
Beware the six-pack coming down your track like that. Check the mic. 1, 2. The 6-yard train comes through. Quicker than a Pentium data for the next millennium. Spirit informs, no conforms to the norms. Dropping bombs, I let it, said it, meant it. Here to represent it. Some live off the labors of the old school, mold you, and that's the trend. What I tend to see, the new jack ain't new. In fact, just bitten pieces of debris, recycling fragments of rubble from a somewhat familiar voice, and so many MC and so little choice. This won't make me popular. Dropping the lyrics that appeal and flock to ya. Higher self, I'm just as accurate as Doppler. I'm rocking ya, spiritual sipping, sopping my flyer dub, and it goes, hey y'all, hey.
Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey.
I said I go. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey.
Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey.
Dearly beloved, we were gathered here to bring up the rear piece to Bopa. We yell.
Here we call this board meeting to order. We have our points to discuss. We have our matters on the board. Present to the board. We're gonna go creaseless today for the kids. Of course, I'm putting creases in mine. You know, well, actually, maybe I'm gonna do creases. We're gonna do creases for the kids. All right. So now, here we go. It is Nia, man. And I'm so excited because I got to look at my book. I'm gonna get to carry it around with me. I get to hold it. There's nothing like being able to hold something that came from you, create. You know what I'm saying? That you created, that you gave birth to. There's nothing like it. You know what I'm saying? I encourage everybody to get out there and do it. But one of the things that popped up to me last night is because one of the numbers that come up for Nia, right? Of course, you got purpose, Nia's purpose, truth, justice, righteousness, reciprocity, balance. Today is balance. But also a number that come up for Nia is the number 5. Woo, excuse me. The number 5. What's up with the number 5? 5 for us in Gye-Nyame means freedom, right? Freedom, right? And in order to truly be free, you have to be living on purpose. That's the only way that you can actually move and be free. Because that don't matter, that is not dependent. You moving on purpose is not dependent on your environment, right? When you live on purpose, it gives you the ability to actually exist in a state of freedom, even if the environment is horrible. When you set a purpose to what you're doing, you know what I'm saying? You you provide the fuel for your freedom. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter what condition you in, it don't matter where you at, long as you set that purpose, right? And we all have an opportunity to do that. We all have an opportunity to start setting a purpose. Now, I ran through the day just a little bit different. I shared a quick glimpse of the Ashe breath, the Gye-Nyame salutation. You know what I'm saying? I showed a little bit of that. None of that is top secret. Like I tell y'all all the time, I appropriate shit. Other people appropriate shit from my people, so I don't mind appropriating from others. But the point that I'm trying to show you is, I set a purpose to my day. You know what I'm saying? I set out to have a great day every day. So in some form or fashion, when I get up in the morning or when I wake up, or when you wake up, set your day. By you checking in with me in a sense and doing a toast, you're setting the day, right? You're setting up the day. You're setting a purpose to your day. You rose, you got up, you drunk, you jump-started your body, you saluted your ancestors, you set a purpose to your day, right? You know what I'm saying? When you pouring, when we sipping, right? When we sipping for the Creator, that energy that's all around us. I mean, I ain't got to walk you through the steps because we just did it, but the point I'm trying to say is that you're laying out a purpose, right? You have an opportunity to continue that day in that vibe, right? Boom. We woke up to salute the day. We woke up to remember what the day meant. Purpose. Now, what are you going to do with the rest of the day? What are you going to do with the rest of your process? So I showed you how I try to set my tone, right? So that when I go and I'm dealing with people, I'm coming from a centered place. And I try to keep the center as long as I possibly can. And believe you me, it's hard, right? You know what I'm saying? But the point is, I set the purpose. Now, I might not make it all the way through the day centered, but at least I started my day with that in my mind. I set it as a purpose. And you don't always have to accomplish the goal, right? The piece is that you are on the journey. That's why we say Gye-Nyame journey, right? You're on the journey. You know what I'm saying? Because fear is always going to pop up. Fear none. You know what I'm saying? That shit sound good. But hey, we all have experiences where some fear come, right? Fear none, unless God. You know what I'm saying? Hey, it sounds good, but it's a purpose. It's an idea, right? And it gives you something to move towards every day. Every day. You got to start it off by setting the tone, by setting the purpose. What is the reason for you rising this morning? I got up a little bit earlier today because I was excited about getting down here and doing this, right? Getting down here and putting this together. Getting down here and opening my book. I set a purpose, and when I set the purpose, getting up early in the morning wasn't an issue. It wasn't an issue. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, the biggest issue I got is how do I put all this stuff in here, right? I got the eye shape, I got all this stuff, so how I'm going to cut it? How, you know what I'm saying? What's going to be the final cut? So you know what I ain't even trying to say it. I said, yo, set a purpose to your day. And then after you're able to set a purpose to your day, you're going to be able to find a purpose to your life. When you find a purpose to your life, guess what you got? My friend, you have found true freedom. In Gye-Nyame, or back in the day, when we was known as the Underground Railroad, we asked the question, what is freedom? Freedom is peace of the spirit, mind, and body. How do you bring peace to the spirit, mind, and body? Set a purpose. This is Brother Hatim saying, have an excellent, and I'm out. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. There you go, sitting in the mirror looking at yourself. Hey, check this out. We are on, that's right, Imani, man. Hey, we're going to go a little bit deeper today with the anchors. but I gotta hurry up because my kid's about to wake up. So let's get it together. Let's move, all right? I see you. What's up? Yo, it's time for us to do our toast, and I want to welcome you on this great and marvelous day of Imani. All right, I can't move around a lot because the light, I'm still working on the light. Nope. That wasn't a light. Nope. All right, we're going to keep it like this. I don't know whether my eyes is bad or what. But, hey, so we're going to do our water. And, of course, you know, jumpstart that body. Yo, jumpstart that body. Hey, let's do it. I'm starting. Woke up, my throat felt like I had sandpaper in it. Man. I don't know how this doing. I ain't sampled it in a while. This is one of those mystery ones. When I was mixing up last time, I didn't know whether I had, I didn't label them properly. So I mixed up the beet and the grape juice. So I don't know if this is beet or grape or both. I don't know. We're going to find out. But we know it's alive. Man, all right. That's what I get for shaking it up. All right. All right. Let me. Wow. All right. We know it's alive, so that's key. Because when we're doing these drinks in the morning, I want us to drink life. So find something in your world that is alive and healthy for you to drink, right? Because all drinks don't have to just be dead liquid. You know what I'm saying? Bring life to you. All right? It's been fermenting for a while, so this is, you know, it's going to be new for me like it's going to be new for you. Oh my. I taste the beet. But the strange thing about beet is that beet is the sweetest vegetable. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of sugars that y'all eating right now come from beet sugar. Look at your ingredients. Beet is very sweet. Kind of surprises people. Oh. Let me fill it back up. I just wanted to sample it first. All right. These are those internal libations. So we're going to pour, of course, we're going to pour. Let me see something real quick. We're going to pour for our Creator, by whatever name you choose to call that Creator. We know that energy is all around us. We just got to open up ourselves so that we can receive it. We have to see it in our co-workers. We got to see it in our family. We got to see it even in some of the issues that we have. And we need to be able to learn from that force. So we call on the creative force. We call on the Creator of all things, that dwells in all things, and we salute that. We call on our ancestors. In general, we call on our personal ancestors, because all the other ancestors have people pulling for them. Call on your great-grandmother and your great-grandfather. Call on your uncles and your aunts. Call on those people that you had experience with in life that passed away. Let's drink for them, right? Let's pour for them, right? Let's move toward health and success for them. Let's make this struggle enjoyable for them, right? And let's make our enemies suffer for them. I know some of y'all gonna hate me for that one, but hey, it is what it is. All right, now we're gonna move from there to this present moment, and it is a lovely, lovely Imani. And the reason it's lovely is because you're going to help make it lovely. I think that's too much light. How's that? All right, now I think I like it better. Now, last but not least, we're going to pour for our children, or drink for our children, our children's children, on to infinity. When we start living our lives as if we understand and we know that we are responsible for the generations that come after us, and in fact live our lives as a generational person, as a generational people, understanding that we will have to come back in the same bloodline, then we should want to leave that bloodline better than it was when we left, right? So we pour for that, we say, or we drink for that, we say Ashe, 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 and we say 100 years. All right, so let me share a quick experience with you, and then we're going to move on, right? So I went to go visit one of the listeners to the show. They sponsored, how can I put it? They responded on Facebook when I was doing Facebook Live for Tribal Quotes, asking the questions. They was asking questions, and I said, hey, I'm going to give you some free ambrosia for participating on the show. I said, cool. So we hooked up, and I went over and I took it over there. It was a beautiful family. And one of the sons, we were talking, and he said, man, I heard the word ambrosia a lot. I love Greek mythology. I love mythology. And I was just so impressed, man, because it's rare that I run into a young person that want to have that type of conversation, right? We forget the importance of myth, right? We guide our children away from that, right? If I had ran into somebody that was able to tell me, hey, there's a career behind myths, because a lot of people don't understand. I need y'all to understand this, right? Myths are anchors. They're cultural anchors. We're going to get into that a little bit more. Myths are cultural anchors, right? That when you read them, they inspire a certain feeling, a certain pride in your culture, you know what I'm saying? Or a certain pride in the hero mythos, right? That you start to feel that you could participate in, right? And these stories are very important for people. As a matter of fact, it's a major industry. You know, I know a lot of y'all find that incredible and hard to believe. But when you look at video games, and you look at movies, and you look at the book industry, right? All these are about telling myths, are about telling stories, right? And I need you to start realizing that. We need to start moving some of our kids towards these things, right? So one of the things I want to share with y'all right now, I got you, is of course, you know my book is coming out. It's called Freedom Within Limits, Haku by Hatem. It has some of the stories in there, as well as other advice. Is a hodgepodge of thoughts, right? This will be available very soon. Very soon. right? I'll be putting the links down. It'll be available on Kindle on February 27th, and the hardback will be, this one will be available, I don't know, probably around the same time, all right? This is one that I wrote, excuse me, I got kids. This is what happens when you got kids. This is brand new, believe it or not. This one is called 7 Sticks, and this is a story that I wrote for the schools that I work with, because we talking about building a culture, right? It don't look like it, you know, but it's just 7 sticks. And it's a story about a family telling stories, right? Very good. I mean, this is one of my best works. And in it, I have pictures that, because for a while I was going around doing folk tales and stories for the kids. So I added some of the pictures for some of the young people that was in the class. I mean, you know, they ain't color, but I want the kids to feel that the stories belong to them. So when I told the stories, after I told the stories, I would give them time to draw the pictures, and we compiled the book. I just ain't got permission to sell it yet, because this is a fundraiser for the school. But as soon as I have permission, this will be available. It's been ready for about 2 years now. I'm still waiting for the permission. You know what I'm saying? Because a portion of everything that comes from this book will be donated back to the school, and of course, a portion of it will go to Gye-Nyame Journey. But this right here, this is my flagship. This is called Polaris Pyramid. You see the little pyramids on there. This is the first book I wrote. It took me about 15 years to build up the courage, but I got tired of waiting. I didn't have editors and stuff. So like a lot of my books, I just do them, right? And I'm not concerned about the mistakes, as long as people get the underlying idea. And I'm trying to tell you to do the same thing, right? It's greatness in you. It's just a matter of you deciding to let it out. All right, there you go, right there. And then I wrote this one for the warrior training, right? This is called Warrior Handbook for Life's Journey. Go through all the stuff that in Gye-Nyame, all the basic philosophy, very simple, something that could be used. They let me do something on the back of this one. I don't know what happened to the process, but that is basically the Gye-Nyame symbol, the Gye-Nyame symbol on the back. But Gye-Nyame Journey, we got the symbol up here, and then we also had a phoenix, all right, which is the direct Gye-Nyame symbol. This is the symbol for our symbol family, all right? Last but not least, the bestseller. This is the Gye-Nyame Journey workbook for, I call it Tribal Quotes, just like my show, Tribal Quotes. So this book was out maybe 5 years before I started doing the radio show Tribal Quotes, and we already went through this whole book in Tribal Quotes. All you gotta do is go to tribalquotes.spreaker.com, and we discussed each one of these proverbs. As a matter of fact, this is the format that I use in order to have the discussions that I have. Right now, we're doing it on Facebook and got a lot of people doing it. So now, it's time for us to finish our daily ritual. Those that know, I'm oil-letting. And like I said, now, this is pulling out supposedly a lot of poisons out of my body. I'm putting poisons back in, you know. And plus, I'm on the warrior diet, so I'm going to do a special one on that. For those that don't know, the warrior diet is you eat during a certain period of the day. You don't eat all day. You eat during a certain period. And the philosophy behind that is, if our ancestors were not able to eat 3 times a day, what makes us think that eating 3 times a day is normal? Right? I'm dealing from the standpoint that eating 3 times a day is not normal, right? Why do you say that, Hatem? If we go back 100 years, if we go back 150 years, right, when people may have lived longer, may have been healthier and stuff like that, we don't know because we wasn't there. But human beings were not designed to sit around and just eat. we had to get out and get it, right? Even to eat, we had to get out and get it. So this means there was a long preparation time for the food. So oftentimes, we would have to wait long periods of time before we ate. So what what I'm saying with the warrior diet is, let's take a specific time during the day where that's when we eat. You could do like a 4-hour period, right? So rather than eating 3 times during the day, you could eat 3 times within that 4-hour period, right? So if you go all day, like right now, I don't start eating till 5 p.m. So that means no breakfast, no lunch, then I have a dinner. What I started finding out is that I'm not pigging out at that time. You know, yesterday, I ate a couple of slices of pizza and some grapes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to make it through the day on that. But right now, what I'm working on is oil letting. Now, I had some issues where my mouth was sore. I had toothache. And I started doing this. I ain't feeling it no more. You just take some oil, about a tablespoon. I'm just going to sip. Can't do it and talk, though. Forgot. All right. I do it for about 20 minutes and allow this to extract the poisons up out of my mouth, right? And it brings the poison from supposedly all parts of your body. So fam. Hey, my kids are up, so I got to do this quickly and in here, right? So, now, I want to go a little bit deeper with the anchors. We talked about anchors yesterday, right? So now let's go a little bit deeper with the anchors. Now, with anchors, you have to, well, let me put this. Anchors are put in place within strong emotional moments, right? When we have those strong emotional moments, that's when anchors are placed, right? So in our life, throughout our life, when we had severe trauma, severe emotional moments, those were anchors that was placed in our lives. Now, we have to explore ourselves through meditation. We have to explore ourselves through prayer. We have to explore and find where these unhealthy anchors were and pull them out, man. We got to pull them out, and we got to start placing the anchors that we need. Like, so example, when you saw me doing the I-shaped breath, I stopped and I pressed. Well, you couldn't see it because it's moving so fast. But I went in my mind and started thinking about moments in my life where me using the principle of Imani, the principle of faith, right? Truth, justice, reciprocity, balance, sport, and harmony. Being in harmony or whatever. But moments when I used Imani and it worked for me and I felt good. Then I went into my mind and I intensified those so that every time I put my hands like this, I can go into the mind state of power knowing that Imani is successful, right? Because remember, out of life we get what we expect. So we got to start changing our expectation, and this is what those anchors help us do. Now, I want to thank you for tuning in. Make sure that you like, subscribe, and most importantly, share. And let's keep building, right? And to you, I wish you a great... That's right. Peace.
Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace.
Wait a minute. You bet how much on the Falcons? Dog, you need this toast.
Great morning, great day, great emotion, right? So we're going to do our toast this morning as usual. First, we're going to start off with the water. Man, so I know y'all saw that game last night, and I seen it up to the halftime. I went to go visit one of my elders. I dropped off my nephew and see my elder. And, you know, I was surprised. Well, actually I wasn't, but came home, went to bed,
think when I left, it was like 25-0. Atlanta on top. And then we find out the end. Great example for Moja for those sport fans, right? Remember to jumpstart the body with the water. But every time you wake up, jumpstart that body. Mm-hmm. We already dealt with this one, right? Shaking it up, right? But I'm all at it. I like a challenge. Okay? Calm down just a little bit. Let's do our toast. It's a great. Alright, so here we go. First, we give praise to our ancestors. Not my fault. We're going to start with the creator, of course. The energy is all around us. We want it active in our life. We call on the creator by whatever name we choose to call it creator. We toast. We toast our personal ancestors. Right? And like I said, I stress the fact your personal ancestors, those relatives that you know of that help you become who you are. So we toast those individuals. Right? From there we move to the present moment, which is emoja. And we're going to do it. We're going to do it right, right? Toast that emoja. Last but not least, we toast our children, our children's children on to infinity. With that, we say Ashe in 100 years. Got a lot of stuff to do this morning and a little time to do it. And we're going to discuss. Of course, you know we're going to go do our daily ritual. Got my coconut oil. We're going to do an oil letting, but one of the things we're going to try a little bit later on in toasting is I'm going to try to make my own toothpaste using this and some other ingredients. We're going to see how that's going to work. We're going to try that for about a week. This is antibacterial. It helps suck out a lot of the toxins that you have in your body, especially in your mouth. Actually through your mouth. So let's get it.
Do you hear that? Is it supposed to sound like this?
Mr. Deity, I think it sounds great.
Mr. Deity?
You can take a prize over, make him see the light. You can take a prize over, make him see the light. You can take a prize over, make him see the light. You can make a man feel like a king. You can make a man feel like a king. You can make a man feel like a king. You can take a man and make him feel like a king. You can make a man, you can make a
Hear ye. We call this board meeting to order. Alright, so we got our points of discussion. Daughter's closed, son's closed, my tie. We about to get it. About to get it, y'all. Let me get you together here. Let me get you together. There you go. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna start with the shirts, of course. You know what I'm saying? So today is unity, right? So we're talking about umoja. Umoja, truth, mental. All is mental. Alright, so I know a lot of y'all watched the Super Bowl last night. Excellent example of unity. You know what I'm saying? Individuals seeming like they was beat, working together, bringing it all the way back. You know what I'm saying? From about a 25-point deficit. Was it? I don't know. It was a big deficit. But by the end of the fourth quarter, you know what I'm saying, we saw what happened. Now, those of you that don't know about the board, this is the board, this is the gavel, all right? Always make sure the gavel is not too high. You know what I'm saying? So you got to test it on a little piece of material, but you're gonna lose clothes like I do. All right, so now, let's go on and talk about some unity, right? So, we've been focusing on anchors for the last few days. And not only do we set up anchors as individuals, we have, through our history, set up cultural anchors to bring unity to people. And a lot of these anchors have been destroyed through our captivity, right? These anchors are very important, man. They're the myths and the legends and the whole cultural aspect. And because a lot of this stuff is missing from us, it's hard for us to pull together and build. You know what I'm saying? So we got to go on and start working on recreating, resurrecting these anchors. This is why I do that in Google. One of the reasons I do the Google Cyber Challenge, and for all those that's with me, you can understand where I'm going. You know what I'm saying with this. So I had the opportunity, as I told y'all before, to speak with a young man on Saturday. Oh my God! Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? The ghost. It was actually Kuumba. I had an opportunity to speak with the man, a young man, on Saturday. And he was very interested in myths. I was very impressed, right? Because, you know, we started talking, and he was able to answer some of my questions. And the piece that I'm trying to bring across right now is that this unity as a group that we are seeking will come through once we start resurrecting or recreating the myths of unity, right? Unity don't necessarily, it don't start in nothing really concrete. It's more of a mental process. It's more of a, you know what I'm saying? Really, all things, of course, you know, since we are on Umoja, all things start off in a mental process. All things start with all is mind. So we, in order for us to move to where we need to be, I honestly believe that we have to change our mindset. We're not battling physical maladies, physical challenges. We're battling mental illness, a mental illness that causes us to act in ways that do not benefit the group. And you know, so it's hard for me to be mad at folks for operating in this thing because this is all that they know. This is all they have been exposed to, right? So it's our responsibility as those that are woke, those that are supposedly conscious, to start spreading a new mental program. And in order to do that, we got to capture the power of the myths, the stories. See, now let's just get down to it. What is it? It's basically stories, right? And we start that in our families. What is the story of your family? You know what I'm saying? How does the story of your family affect where you are and who you are today, right? And then you have the ability to heighten the positive pieces of that. That's what anchors are, because it's like you got to have an emotional, like Bruce Lee used to say, emotional content, right? Emotional content, right? You got to have that emotion flowing in it. So when you start creating these myths, like when I created when it came through me, it wasn't actually my creation, but the whole myth behind Gye-Nyame, right, starts with a dude by the name of G. And that was my first attempt at changing the story, right? Changing the story, right? You have an opportunity with your life, with your family, and eventually with your tribe. Then we could work all the way up to a community level to where we have an opportunity to start changing the stories that we tell ourselves. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, it'll help us with economics because we are operating on a story about black folks in economics. We're operating on a story about black folks in politics. We're operating on a story about black folks in social issues. These are all stories that were not created by us, for us, right? And in using unity, in using this emoja, the power of emoja, right? We can change these stories. We can develop an emotional attachment to the stories that help build us rather than creating an emotional and intense connection to the stories that destroy us, right? You know, if you go to your local school, you can see a lot of the stories, a lot of the myths, a lot of the legends acting through our children, right? Because we all are actors, right? And we act the script that we have been given. All I'm saying is, in our unity, we need to start changing the script that our young people follow, changing the script that we, as older people, follow. You know what I'm saying? And how do you do that? How you do that? First off, you change your personal story. Once you change your story, you start helping others figure out that they could change their story, right? Many of these tragic stories that come from our community, that come with our kids, are actually stories of victory. You made it, right? You survived this long. No matter how long you live, you survived. It's a story of victory. And you could draw on all of the positive aspects of that, right? And I know some of y'all like, my story is horrible, Brother Hatim. You don't know my story, Brother Hatim. I don't know your story. But I know that if you're able to watch this, you have been victorious. And you can stop. You can stop with all the negative attachments and start focusing on some of the positives in that. That will make you a more powerful person. And in making you a more powerful person, it'll make your family unit a more powerful person. And in making your family unit a more powerful unit, right? Unity, that's that emoja, that unity. The key element in unity is unit, one piece, right? It makes your tribal unity, right? Because now you can change the story of the tribe. Because now y'all, instead of being individuals with a tragic tale, y'all individuals with a tale of victory. a tale of overcoming, right? We have to start really hyping these up. Because, I mean, all the stories that we got right now are not our stories. They're somebody else's stories. There are other people's stories that's been looking from the outside in, or it's stories that have been brewed in sorrow and suffering, right? And as long as we keep telling these stories, and I know you're like, oh, you're falling and you can't get up. Right? So, you know, like I said, just like that, that's a victory. The phone survived. The stone down there, it could have broke. And, you know, it could be talking about how it fell and crying about it and always fearing it. But no. Now, you still record. You understand what I'm saying? It's not complicated. It's not hard. You know what I'm saying? Us getting up out of this situation and moving to the next level and setting it up so our children can knock the home run. You know, putting them in a position where they can hit the home run it should be our goal, right? But like many of us, we're not even trying to set up the next generation, right? Because like I said, we don't think of ourselves as generational people. That's another myth that I'm coming up with. Generational people, right? You know, from my observation, we should be acting like generational people. We know we got to come back. We know that we coming back in our family line. And we want to make sure that that family line is intact. We want to make sure that that family line is in a better position. We want to make sure that that family line is a place of comfort. You know what I'm saying? So that when we come back to this plane of existence, we're not coming back suffering. We're not coming back struggling. We're coming back powerful. We're coming back being able to change things. All right, now, this is Brother Hatim, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. Hey, we need to get back into the house so that we can do this toast. I can't wait. Oh, I'm so excited. It's Koji Chagalia, don't you know? Koji Chagalia. Alright. Of course, you know, let's jumpstart the body. Jumpstart the body. Keep you some water. Keep you some water. 16 ounces. Their body jumping. Once again, this is Brother Tim, and I want to say great Coochie Chocolate to you. Day of self-determination. Day of correspondence. Day of justice. Great day. Alright, so now, we're going to need to go on and toast. Using some ambrosia. Got a little bit left in the bottom. I'll finish this bottle up. Even a full glass, that's cool. We're going to start off, of course, going to salute the Creator by whatever name you choose to call the Creator. No matter what you call the Creator, just call the Creator. Alright? We're going to salute our ancestors, our personal ancestors. Make sure you remember, build your personal family line. Please, please, build your personal family line. Alright? Do some research on your family. Salute your personal ancestors. From there, we're going to move to the present moment. And of course, we know this is Coochie Chocolate, and it is great. We have a great conversation. Short, sweet. Last but not least, we are going to salute our children, our children's children unto infinity. And as we say, Gye-Nyame, 100 years. Ashe. And we were sitting there for about a couple weeks. That was alright. Got a little sourness to it. There's nothing like being able to produce your own drink. Wow. I feel phlegm coming out. Kind of vinegary. So that's what happens when you let it sit out. Keep on fermenting. Alright. So it's time for us to build. I was getting prepared for the show last night. I was reading some of my old material. I'm like, man, who wrote this? You know, but hey, so now what we're about to do, we are about to do our daily routine. Now, that's one of the major reasons that I'm doing this. One, so I could build a daily routine with you, right? So, of course, you know, we're going to do the oiletting. We're going to do the oiletting. Then after the oiletting, we're going to move into the cleaning up, then the Ashe breath, all right? It's getting colder here. My coconut oil is frozen. All right, so here we go.
Mr. Diddy.
Call this board meeting to order. All right, got our points of discussion. We're doing the yellow and brown today. Yellow and brown. Got the kids stuff. Yep. And we got quite a long discussion today. But our Tim was lazy this week, so I didn't iron a lot. Let's get it. Alright, so, of course, you know, I'm in the basement, so y'all ain't gonna see me that well. The heater is going. But I just wanted to, you know, in Columbus, Ohio, man, in February, it is raining. I mean, like, really raining. And I know for some of y'all, in southern places, you won't understand the strangeness of this. This is strange, alright? So, but today, we are on Kuji Chagalia. Great Kuji Chagalia to you. Alright. Now, of course you know, those who've been listening, corresponds with the seven Hermetic laws, seven Modic laws, justice, law of correspondence. So, where we going today, right? Justice. I was thinking about this because I did a report on Emmett Till. I was watching Lovely T. I was going down my YouTube news feed, and Lovely T popped up there with a show about Emmett Till. So, you know, I clicked in, and she revealed that a new book will be coming out not too soon. Something like 2036, at least that's what they said. They want to wait till this woman dies before they bring the book out. Right now she's in hiding, but the woman who alleged that she was assaulted by Emmett Till finally states that she was lying. You know what I'm saying? She was lying. And then I started thinking through our history about justice and law. There's a distinct difference between justice and law. If I'm correct, law is supposed to serve justice. Law is supposed to bring about justice. But when we count on man-made laws to bring justice, we always gonna be confused. We always gonna come up losing. Because men always look out for their best interests. One of the things that I discovered a long time ago is that men create laws to protect their future. Not everybody's futures, just the future of those that make the laws, right? So you have a lot of laws on the books that are put there, not for justice, but to protect a certain group's interest, to protect their future and their future generations. And we have to start, in a sense, thinking like this as a community. You know what I'm saying? We have to start thinking about it. One, because I honestly believe that's people serving justice to themselves, right? Because I know, you know what I mean? Because sometimes we get so spiritual, you know what I'm saying, that everything goes, everything is all right. You know what I'm saying? When do we start creating laws for us, creating rules for us that will keep us alive and keep us safe and keep us healthy? When will we start establishing these? And you personally, when will you start serving justice in your life? Right? How do you serve justice? You create laws that help keep you in line. You know what I'm saying? Keep you in line with justice. It's just for a group of people to survive. You know what I'm saying? It's just for a person to look out for future generations. To not do so is not just, right? It's unjust for you to neglect your future generations for your masters, for lack of a better term. But really, that's what it is. A lot of times, many of us sacrifice, which is a very important word. We sacrifice, we give up our future for others' futures. Now, if that other is in your bloodline, if that other is in your tribe, then you could consider it just, right? If that other does not increase your future generations' survival, that's unjust, right? We got a warped sense of justice through the Ma'afa. Our whole sense of justice is totally thrown off because, I mean, it's almost like in some cases we have become so spiritual that we are of no earthly good. Let me say that again. Sometimes it seems as we have become so spiritual that we are of no earthly good, right? We have to realize, right? As above, so below. Correspondence, which of course lines up with Gye-Nyame, right? As above, so below. You have solid materials above, you have solid materials below. You have energy above, you have energy below, right? So it takes all those things to come together in order to make life. For you to neglect one for the other, right? It's like, you know, you got people waiting for this mysterious time where justice will be served to you. That's a trick. I believe. That's a trick. That's a mental model that does not benefit you. You need to be going hard in this life, right? And I ain't saying, when I say go hard, I'm talking about practicing justice. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about being unjust and running through life and doing whatever it is you feel you need to do. You know what I'm saying? To satisfy because a lot of us, like I'm gonna serve myself, get out here, I'm gonna destroy 1,000 of my own, so that I can live lavish. You know what I'm saying? That's not just. That's unjust. Why? Because you're polluting your bloodline, right? You're destroying your bloodline. You're not leaving anything for you to come back to. Because like some of the dope boys that came up with me, I really feel sorry for some of their future legacies, because they're gonna have to come back through some of the timelines, because because crack was a monk. Look, they gotta come back. They gotta come back through those lines. Some of those was their cousins. Some of those was first cousins they were selling to. You know what I'm saying? Some of them was mothers, and they have to come back through a line that they have devastated, if they even able to come back. Why don't we think about it like that, right? Let's even think about it like that. If your bloodline stopped existing, you can't come back. For all intents and purposes, let's just pretend. I'm just speculating. I don't know. But what if, when your bloodline disappears, you can no longer come? See, all I'm talking about is redefining. Back to that cool show. Redefining our reality, right? Because now, I just painted a picture for you. What if you can't return back, right? You no longer exist once your bloodline dies out. How would you live your life? How would you take care of your loved ones? How would you take care of your children? Huh? You know what I'm saying? Coochie chocolate, man. I love this principle, man, because it's like when you start getting into defining things, and you start getting into really looking at things, because you got to use coochie chocolate for every last principle, right? You got to look at it, you got to define it. You got to flip it around, you got to play with it. You know what I'm saying? When we going through these days, right, and we are on these principles, you're supposed to wrestle with them. You're supposed to wrestle with them until you get what you need from them, right? Now, it's like we didn't just throw away all of the stories, and you know what I'm saying? We don't look at the stories of the struggles. I mean, we look at the end. Like, it's sort of like the kids looking at the rappers. They look at the end of the rapper, right? They don't look at the years of development, the years of work. You know what I'm saying? We look at the end of the athlete. We see the ones in the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? But we don't see the years of working, the years of tears. We don't, you know what I'm saying? We blank all that out. You know what I'm saying? We blank out the struggle, right? And it takes Coochie Chocolate to make it through that. But another piece that I'm trying to bring up is this. By us blanking out the struggles, we develop a wimpy mythology. You know what I'm saying? We develop a favorite mythology. And what I mean is that we have a higher power that picks favorites. And if you wasn't picked, if you didn't win the birth lottery, you shit out of luck. We can't allow our children to come up in a universe like that. We can't allow our children to come up with a mind state like that. You know what I'm saying? That's truly a slave mind state. That's a whole reality that has been defined for you by another people for their benefit, which is just for them but unjust for you. Something can be just for you and unjust for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Because people like justice is the same. Nah. Justice for West Asians might not be justice for Africans. You know what I'm saying? And justice for certain Africans might not be justice for other Africans. Let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to be honest. That's one of the things that we don't like dealing with, right? We don't want to hear emotion. We don't want to hear truth, right? We want motherfuckers hearing a harm to us. You know what I'm saying? About astronomical terms that we could never achieve, rather than just the basics, right? We are responsible for the survival of our people. If your bloodline dies, you die. So you need to do everything you can to protect your bloodline, now and in the future. And this means going back and getting the stories so that you can tell the stories to your children, so your children feel good about the bloodline and don't bring in no foolishness. You know what I'm saying? You want your daughters looking at me and being like, I can't bring him to, I can't bring him to my family. You know what I'm saying? You want dudes looking at young lady like, nah, I can't afford to mess with you. Cause I have a baby with you. You know what I'm saying? My family gonna kill me. You know what I'm saying? I polluted the bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not just talking about race. I need you to understand, right? Because some of us that look like me are polluted, right? I'm looking. I'm gonna shut my mouth on that. I'm gonna shut my mouth. But yo, I'm about to call this board meeting to an end. I'd like to thank you for checking us out. Make sure you check out the show every Kuji Chagalia at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be streaming live on Facebook. You can find me at Tim Gye-Nyame, or just HA2TIM. The only brother with a number in his name. Somebody said, well, Tupac. No, I write mine like that. It wasn't for an album cover, right? HA2TIM. You can find all my stuff. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you subscribe to the Spreaker station. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to grow slowly but surely. Make sure you like our Facebook page. You know what I'm saying? And let's build. Matter of fact, start your YouTube channel. Start you Spreaker. Once you get it, let me know so I can follow you. All right? Put out some good information. Let's build. Oh, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. Man, it's time to get ready for the toast. Wait. What you doing down there? Man. Hey, it's time to get ready for the toast. You ready? Let's go. It's on you today. All right. I see you in the kitchen. Man, how you get all the way down there? Ouch. Get your toes. You ready? Get your glass, get your glass, get your glass. We about to do it today. Alright, of course you know we gotta start with our water. Start with your water, fam. I ain't talking about the sink water. You know, try to get as close to distilled as you can. To get this purified stuff. You know, but hey, get your water. Man, alright. So, time for us to toast today. I got the big bottle today. This stuff is gonna be strong because it's been, y'all been watching it ferment with me, alright? Man. Wasted a little bit of water. Alright, because you know we gotta do our cleanup, so I try to keep it as neat as I possibly can. Ooh, man, this one is gonna be strong. Alright, we're gonna toast. You ready? Let's get it. So, first we want to toast the creator by whatever name you choose to call that creator. We want to call on that energy, right? To be involved with us and for us to be involved with it. So we toast the creator. From there, we move on and we toast, right? Our personal ancestors, our ancestors, right? Our grandmothers and our grandfathers, our great-grandmothers, our great-grandfathers, right? In some cases, our mothers and our fathers. You know what I'm saying? Our uncles and our aunts, our friends and our cousins. We toast those who help make us who we are. We celebrate them, right? And we move on from there. We toast this moment, which is Ujamaa, right? We toast Ujamaa, right? Cooperative economics. What a powerful day. We toast it, right? It's going to be a great day. It's already a great day because you are up in it, right? And now, last but not least, we toast our children, our children's children on to infinity. Everything that we work on today, everything that we're building today is for them. So with that, we say, Ashe, toast. And we say, Ashe, in honor years. That don't help or take away. I got to work on the lighting in here. Let's switch locations for a second. That's a little better. So we're going to start changing our location because the lighting, I love the kitchen, but the lighting, I got to work on that. All right? But you know, like I said, this is a work in progress. So we sipping on it and we're going to sip and we're going to get busy and start our cleanup. Strong, but real good for you. Got those live, healthy bacteria and yeast going in and work on that stomach because those of you that's on a warrior diet with me, you know that you're not going to be eating for the majority of the day. So this gives time for all of this stuff to be worked out of your system, right? So I'm also switched up my day today. So I said, let me start trying to take a cold shower early in the morning. Like, so I got up this morning. Of course, I laid in their bed for about an extra half an hour. But I got up, I took an ice cold shower. I know that sounds crazy, right? But, you know, since we're talking about health, one of the things that an ice cold shower does, first off, it stimulates the body, it stimulates the nerves, it gets the blood pumping, right? When I got out the shower, I could feel my skin vibrating, right? I'm truly awake, right? And it's a different feeling, right? Because my body is still warming up, right? It's still trying to produce heat to warm me up, right? Which means that it has to burn energy. It has to burn fat in order to warm me up, and it jump starts my body into burning fat rather than burning sugar, because it's a more sustained burn. It's a healthier burn. It's a cleaner burn, and it's a cleaner type of energy that's being used in my body, right? Then on top of that, it's made from old stuff. So some of the old fat in my body is being burnt up as we speak right now, and I drink on this. So those that want more information about the Warriors Diet, I'll be doing something about that. I think I'm going to have to do something about it this weekend. Because, you know, the cold showers, because we want to keep the blood circulating, because how does the eye shade move throughout our body? And since we're speaking of Ujima today, cooperative economics, right? The proper use and measurement of resources, right? Let's talk a little bit about Ashe. I'm going to share some information with you about Ashe, but of course, first, you know I have to do this. All right, now we gotta do the oil letting. We're still doing the oil letting experiment. Now, you know, like I said, for those of you out there that have anything that you want me to experiment with, you know what I'm saying, ideas and stuff like that, exercises or whatever, we could go on and do that, all right? But let's go finish this. Hundreds of years. For those that don't know, this is coconut oil. I'm doing this experiment with oil letting. Not that long ago, I was having toothache, and I read about oil letting, so let me give it a try. Oil letting helps pull out some of the poisons out of your system through the mouth, and I said, let me give it a try. You know, I'm already doing a crazy diet. Why not try something else crazy, right? So at first it was a struggle, but now it's easy. So we're gonna start this.
with family. A unified collaboration, soldiers, boys, making noise as little boys, playing with ghetto toys, having no lyrical, spiritual, ethereal material.
Alright, we got our points of discussion. 3 shirts, 3 pants, or 3 pants, they say. Alright, so I want to say great Gye-Nyame to you. I need to apologize because I have figured out this morning that I've been spelling Gye-Nyame wrong. I've been putting A's in the wrong place. So it's U-J-A-M-A-A. So I will correct that on this video. Day of Cooperative Economics, right? And this morning I said we would talk a little bit about Ashe, because it's like right now I'm looking at a lot of neglected resources in our community. What's Ashe? I spell it A-X, like a apostrophe E. You know what I'm saying? Not even an apostrophe, is a dash after the E, right? Ashe is that life force, that all-prevalent life force that's around us, that energy that vibrates in every being, the thing that causes the vibration that we talk about in the Hermetic law of vibration. Alright? It's that life force known as prana in India, known as chi in China, known as ki in Japan, right? And all over the world, you hear people talking about this life force, right? And this is one of the things, see, because it's like, because you can't see it, although you experience it. You can't measure it, although you know it exists, right? That we waste because we think we got plenty of it, right? Ashe. You take Ashe in with your breath. You take Ashe in with the food you're eating. You take Ashe in with the water that you're drinking, or whatever you're drinking. You take in positive Ashe as well as negative Ashe. Ashe is, well, actually, Ashe is a negative or positive. Ashe, like a lot of things in nature, is neutral. It's all in how you use it, right? A very, very powerful force. Those of you that's in the martial arts world, y'all know, y'all done seen Ashe in action, right? Those of you that are not in the martial arts world, you wouldn't know. Hold on. Well, I ain't gonna say that. You might have seen it in different forms. Hold on. Sorry, fam, I had to get the incense flowing, right? I'm trying to get my state of mind right. So, that whole Ashe piece, right? So, this is a resource that I don't think that we are using right in our community, right? This is an energy that is out here. What's going on? Oh my God, it was all the way down. This is an energy resource that I think we really need to start getting back into learning how to harness. Now, what do you see Ashe apply, right? When you see people marching, that's a combined Ashe going up against a force, right? When you see people praying, that's Ashe energy. When you see people watching football games and break out in cold sweats and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Because their team is losing. They're sending out Ashe, right? And the thing that we have to learn how to do in our community is to start guiding this energy, just like we're trying to learn how to guide the financial resources, right? Because Ashe changed lives, Ashe changed minds. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, it's the fuel behind which thoughts are formed, right? It's the backdrop, right? So if you start learning how to control the Ashe, you can control a lot of things. And you know, I know a lot of y'all like, oh, that's that spirituality piece, right? But you know, like I said, if you take the Ashe out of the air, we would not be able to survive. Took Ashe out the food, which they are slowly but surely working on. You know what I'm saying? They slowly but surely, you know, all this refined sugar and all that. You know what I'm saying? They slowly trying to figure out how to get all of the Ashe out. You know what I'm saying? And suck all the life out, right? But we need to learn how to guide that energy, right? Because we allow our Ashe to be channeled and guided in a direction that is not working for us, right? We have a personal responsibility. Cooperative economics. We have in our cooperative economics, we have to really learn how to start using our resources properly. The Ashe, the mental energy, the spiritual. We need to start learning how to guide this and focus this as a group. I mean, all of us don't have to learn it. See, that's the problem. Many of us think, because like I said, we got to get back into this mastery piece. We got certain individuals that's learning about these things. Then we got other people that's learning about the economic. And you don't have to learn everything. You know what I'm saying? The era of you having to learn everything is gone. You don't have to know everything. You know what I'm saying? But you just have to build up a tribe of trusted individuals, but you got enough of them around you where everybody is mastering something. We need circles of masters. You know what I'm saying? Guided resources. So we need somebody mastering the whole concept of Ashe and how to use it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying just going into the Yoruba spiritual system or religion or however you want to look at it. I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about learning how to guide it, because you see, if you ever been to a football game, you've seen Ashe, you know what I'm saying, and you got a team, you've seen and you have felt Ashe being guided, right? It's not a complicated thing. It's just a matter of us being able to focus. You know what I'm saying? If you have been to a concert, right, you've seen Ashe guided. Our entertainers are able to pull on this whole Ashe energy and guide and direct it. You know what I'm saying? Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. You know what I'm saying? That's guiding Ashe. You know what I'm saying? Nothing complicated about it. You know what I'm saying? But the issue is we need to find people that are masters at these things, right? And start guiding some of our Ashe. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, like, right now my mom not feeling well, right? You know what I'm saying? It'd be nice to, you know, and I do it myself, but it'd be nice to be able to guide some of that Ashe energy as well as some prayer energy over to her, right? When one of us is in a difficult time, it would be nice to be able to guide some of that energy that we know is real. We know it's real because we experienced it, right? To help guide some of the energy over there. You know what I'm saying? People could feel you, right? You walked in the room and felt you. Some of y'all are better detectors at Ashe than others, right? So this is just a resource I think that we need to really, really sit down, focus on, and start learning how to harness. Start guiding. Stop giving it away. You know what I'm saying? Stop giving away the Cleveland Browns or the Atlanta Falcons or the Detroit Lions. Stop giving it away for free. You know, as a matter of fact, you paying them, and start guiding it towards you and your family, your tribe, your community, so that we could build, right? So this is Brother High Tim, and I'm saying, y'all have a great Ujima. Let's build. Peace. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. Alright, fam, I ain't joking when I'm saying cold showers. I'm not fucking around, right? Cold showers, that's exactly what it is. Ooh. Hey, you doing it. Gye-Nyame journey. Listen, I'm Daily Toast. I'm trying to get up and do the cold shower. Get the bloods. Now, if you look at it, you know, shit, I'm a dark-skinned dude. I'm kind of red right now. I'm saying all that blood is rushing to the surface, you know, I'm cleaning myself out right now. So we're going to do this for about 30 days. See how it works out. All right, peace. Now to the toast. What's up, y'all? Hey, it's time to do that toast. But before we get into that, we first have to get into this, the water. Get your water, yo, get your water. All right, we're going for 16 ounces today. Come on now. Yep, 16.9 fluid ounces. Let's get it. Jumpstart that body, jumpstart that body. I've been sipping on water a little bit earlier this morning. I'm moving slow today. Get that water. Jumpstart the body is important, right? Right now, what we're working on is getting our bodies together. Hold on. I'm still learning this video game. Sometimes too much light is bad. All right, so. Man, all right, so get your water. So the problem I got this morning is that I can't find my bottle cap opener. So this is something that I learned in Ghana, right? So when you don't have a bottle cap opener, the next best thing is to have a bottle. But the only problem is that this is so volatile. Thank God. There you go. I need y'all to see that. It's flowing like a river. I told you, always have your other bottle ready, right? There we go. So my mom got diagnosed with the flu, right? And I noticed something strange that once they was clear that she had the flu, they start putting like quarantine stickers on her door and shit. I jumped up. I was like, what the hell going on? Oh, she got the flu. We just got to let everybody know so that they know to put on their mask and stuff. Like, shit, y'all got me scared. So I stayed there with her, as y'all will hear, because I was there so long. By the time I got her home, we had transitioned from Nia. Listen to that. Can y'all hear that? We transitioned from Nia into Kaumba. All right? So, hey, This is the Death Eater, by the way. Death Eater. You see it? That green is that bladderwrack and that sea moss. You can taste the sea in it. I do. I'm trying to do at least close to a bottle a day. You know. Or at least one of these. A goblet. Make sure that when you join me, right, you get your glass. Because I want y'all to get y'all used to drinking out of real stuff, right? Because I got the cling for y'all this morning. Oh, I'm sitting up and sipping. Get you a glass because we're going to come out with our own thing of glasses real soon. So be on the lookout for that. All those that's with me on this quest, right? Because we're hacking life, right? You know what I'm saying? I see all these videos with other people doing it. So I'm saying, hey, why those of us that are awake, or those of us that are conscious, don't have shows where we are experiencing different aspects, experimenting with different things? Hell with the belief. Let's get the facts. Let's find out what works. So y'all saw I started off with a cold shower. It did wake me up. All right? But I've been moving slow all day. I've been doing other things. So we're going to toast first to the Creator by whatever name you choose to call it, Creator. We call on that infinite source to be in our lives and to be around our lives and to touch everybody's lives that we come in contact with. With that, we say Ashe. We call on our ancestors, and on the toast, we focus on our personal ancestors. Yes, that's right. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we go to the ancient ancestors, and of course, we go to the universal ancestors, right? But, hey, right now, we're toasting our personal ancestors. We're toasting those people that had a direct impact on our lives, our friends, and our families, right? Those friends, family. That's what we want to focus on right now, because when we come to the community, we could do all the grandiose things. But in this libation, in this toast, I want you to remember those personal ancestors. They are often overlooked. It's my favorite part of the libations, and we should be in that circle for about 30, 40 minutes with people yelling out people's name who sacrificed for them to be here, right? But we don't, because a lot of people don't know their family line, and I'm challenging you, you know what I'm saying, on this day of Kuumba, to go and start building your family line. Find out as much as you possibly can. So when it come time for libations, you got a list, right? So we salute them. Now, we pour for the present moment. So we pour for the Creator, we pour for the past, now we pour for the present moment, this Kuumba. We ask that Kuumba be flowing in our life. We ask for the creativity and all the other principles that go along with the creativity to be active and powerful in our life, right? As we go on in this journey, I will be discussing other principles and other ideas that align with the days, right? So we toast that. And then, of course, we always remember our children's children on to infinity, because we pour for them now so that they can pour for us later. We pour for them so that we can remember that the world that we're building and the world that we leave, you know what I'm saying, is for them, right? So we got to make sure we leave the best for them. So I'm going to toast so we get that clinging sound. Ashe and 100 years. All right. Woo! And when I drink that, I be thinking about the ocean. I got to get back to Ghana, y'all. You know, and I want to take y'all with me. Let's go to Ghana. Let's go to Ghana and kick it, man. Oh. I'm going to finish this bottle, that's for sure. My supply has just dropped one bottle, right? Now on to the ritual and routine. I'm almost out. Second bottle we done went through. We're gonna get a big bottle next time, right? Oil letting. I have not had any problems with my mouth since I started doing this, right? And I know I'm taking in a lot of poisons, but I'm thinking this is helping get some of them out, all right? So we're gonna do this. We're gonna start this. We're gonna run through our cleanup. We're gonna run through our light workout and our shade breath, right? So let's see. Let's chart. What are we doing? We're taking a shot of the ambrosia on a daily basis. We're oil letting. We're doing an eye shade breath. We're doing a light workout. You're going to see me change it a little bit. I'm going to show you some stuff that we're working with. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you one of the workouts that we're going to pull out from today. This right here, this book is the truth. I want y'all to look at this. This book right here is the truth. It's called The Art of Shinku. You get it offline. I just happened to stumble on it when I was going through my book phase. Well, I'm always in the book phase, but I used to go to Barnes and Nobles and just go through before all the Audible books start coming out. And this book right here is a graphic book. It teaches you how to, let's just say, it teaches you about life. I mean, anybody can send in. If y'all want to, we could do a Shinku test. Send in questions and comments, and I will see if I can find it in here, because this book tells you how to swim, how to do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, how to sail, yes, how to tie knots. It tells you how to exercise, herbs, vitamins, all types of stuff. So one of the workouts we're going to be working on is he got one in here where he tells you how to get a split, right? So we're going to work on that. And also we're going to do some isometrics out of here. He got isometrics in here. So we're going to do a few of these. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, let's go. You are now listening to Gye-Nyame Journey Radio.
Don't eat, don't work, you're not a man. On my own too, I got to stand. So lots of grams come out of pots and pans. Lots of money seen, lots of hands. Lots of scheming, lots of plans. I grew up with him, not a nigga stitching, no helping him. You are not my fan. Believe nobody was there for me, not a helping hand when I got it. Got it out the mud, and I came from the dirt. Now I'm so fly, I don't got a land. Raised poor, but I love my mama. She taught me not to ask for no one help. Got disciplined when I acted up. She knew I had to get the belt. Without no father, I was hard-headed, always getting into extra shit. Found out niggas wasn't real out here. These haters faker than a Pegasus. Yeah, I came from the ground up. My name etched in a sediment. You ain't getting it like me. Only get it in excrement. On God, I'm gifted and optimistic. My level rising on elevate. I'm so fly, I can levitate. He ain't real, I can tell he fake. Locked up with crooks and thieves. I seen a nigga get his celly raped, and I ain't trying to go back to that. But this nigga wanting me to sell him 8. The weight of the world on my shoulders. The weight of the world on my shoulders. That's why I'm standing out in the kitchen. Water whipping up overs. The weight of the world on my shoulders. The weight of the world on my shoulders. My heart pump blood that's frozen. My heart can't get no colder. The weight of the world on my shoulders. The weight of the world on my shoulders. I do this shit for my life familiar and all my ballin' soldiers. The weight of the world on my shoulders. The weight of the world on my shoulders. But damn, I can't give up. I'ma grind until it's over. The weight of the world on my shoulders. My youth can call me Atlas. Mama's oldest out of 5, and there's piss stains on our mattress. Got roaches swimming in the bathwater. Guess they wanna take a bath too. And I ain't trying to go back to that. So I'ma do what I have to. Bills coming, rent due. My little cousin had another baby. Loyalty is an understatement. I'm too street, my heart beat the concrete. I mean the pavement. Nickel plated and underrated. Adding up with my calculation, no Kool-Aid in my palpitation. So pussy nigga don't fuck with me. You niggas stand in the way. Break your necks and see who I am. What are you niggas, some type of game? I don't trust near another nigga. I don't even like to share my plate, but I won't eat just to feed my folks, just as long as my people straight. I go out my way for 'em. Think about 'em, even pray for 'em. If it get down or lay down, I'll get down or lay for 'em. I guess I'm Jesus to my fam, cause their sins I'm gon' pay for. For my sisters and all my cousins, those I grind every day for. The weight of the world on my shoulders, the weight of the world on my shoulders. That's why I'm standing out in the kitchen, water whipping up overs. The weight of the world on my shoulders, the weight of the world on my shoulders. My heart pump blood that's frozen. My heart can't get no colder. The weight of the world on my shoulders, the weight of the world on my shoulders. I do this shit for my La Familia and all my fallen soldiers. The weight of the world on my shoulders, the weight of the world on my shoulders. But them I can't give up. I'ma grind until it's over. Get it?
You are now listening to Gye-Nyame Journey Radio. This is a Heart of a Symbol production. Where we strive to blow up your old paradigms.
Check the mic. 1, 2. The 6 God train comes through. Quicker than a Pentium data for the next millennium. Spirit informs, no conforms to the norms. Dropping bombs, I let it, said it, meant it. Here to represent it. Some live off the labors of the old school, mold you, and that's the trend. What I tend to see, the new jack ain't new. In fact, just bitten pieces of debris, recycling fragments of rubble from a somewhat familiar voice. And so many MC and so little choice. This won't make me popular. Dropping the lyrics that appeal and flock to you. Higher self, I'm just as accurate as Doppler. I'm rocking ya, spiritual sipping, sopping my flyer delving that goes, hey y'all, hey.
Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey.
I said I go. Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey.
Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey.
Dearly beloved, we were gathered here to bring up the rear piece to Bopa. We yell. We shed no more tears for fears when I'm chucking my spear. I'm that spook who sat by the door waiting for the big score while you're trying to get yours from the capitalist whore. And the red, white, and blue halter stacks and mini. She shimmy, you follow, you swallow. Losers, non-producers, consumers, consumed propaganda's got me fuming. My people are doomed. Power to the people, power to the seekers. Instead, we're reduced to amps and speakers. $200 sneakers, acquisitions of blue designer suits, Benz and Lexus, battle of sexes, sport utility trucks and such. We're slaves to a quick buck. We run amok. How far can we run when we're stuck? The race is won by wisdom, not muscle. Still, we all struggle. Should we excuse the hustle for instant gratification, perpetuation of cultural mutilation? Y'all, hey.
Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey.
I go. I say, hey y'all, hey.
Hey y'all, hey.
We should be reaching for Orion. Instead, we have a love affair with dying. Getting drunk till we fold and old till we blowed. Does the superficial high suffice for the lows? No time for idle. Introspection and life lessons are everyone's Quran, Torah, Bible. Gluttonous eats, defeats the true purpose of eats. The temple falls off from foreign chemicals, toxins, and meats. You call food enriched when it's stripped of nutrients and bleach. I'm not meant to be reached when flesh tone band-aids are bleached. Every native/European contract was breached. What will Ebonics do for the disenfranchised? Mumia gets no justice cause Mumia is despised. Reverse discrimination versus racism will never be tied. English, the bastard language of the so civilized. The gift of spliced tongues is what the Western language is. So isn't broken English like a double negative? Yo, yo, hey.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey.
I go. I go. I go. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey.
Peace, fam. This is Brother Hatim coming at you. So I have to talk to you about some changes, and I guess Nia is the most. We moving out of Nia into Kaumba. So I got to kind of do the show like this because I'm leaving late. I had to take my mom to the hospital. She okay. Well, not she. She got the flu, but the piece that I was thinking about all day while I'm going through purpose. We did our conversation about purpose. Now we on Kaumba. Now, I thought this would be the most appropriate time for me to talk with my fam about the direction I'm moving with Daily Toast, Gye-Nyame Journey, radio and stuff. Because for a long time, my podcast has been able to be uploaded onto my YouTube. Now, I'm going to start uploading my YouTube videos to my podcast. So it's going to be a little bit more verbal, a little bit more music. I'm trying to creatively find a niche, build a niche, and get people to listen in. Now, what does that have to do with Kaumba? I have to be creative. Because one of the things that we have to start doing is, one, using our talents and our skills to our advantage, to come up with new things, new ideas, new ways of doing things. Because as we live and exist in the 21st century, technology is taking us to a point where eventually the jobs that we have now will be more easily done by computers. We have now, they just announced that H&R Block is using Watson to do taxes. They are now using robots or technology to diagnose certain patients. For example, patients with cancer, skin cancer. They have machines now that can predict whether or not you have cancer just by looking at you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They could actually look at the skin compared to thousands and thousands of images that they done had before and determine whether or not you have skin cancer. You know what I'm saying? So even some of the jobs we thought wasn't going to be taken over by machines are slowly but surely moving into the hands of machines. And we have to be creative in where we guide our young people and how we move into the future. We have to really, really rely on our Kaumba to move us to where we need to be. All these principles are working together perfectly to align us with the future, to creatively use the energy, the ashe within us and the ashe of our ancestors and the ashe of our future generations, because they all are cheering for us. They all are working for us. We just have to figure out how to guide and direct this energy. The sooner we do this, the more successful we are going to be. So now, the challenge is to pull together small groups that are able to harness this Ashe energy. And that's going to take creativity. This is why. Because we have to develop new myths. We have to develop new ways of using the culture. We have to develop new ways of existing, new ways of building, right? Of course, having a strong foundation in what has already been done, but being creative in how we do it, like podcasts, like YouTube videos, being creative and being able to reach out and touch people in places where other mediums have not been able to touch them, right? I believe the podcast is going to replace a lot of media. I believe that the YouTube is going to replace a lot of the other media. This is why. Because it allows us to be a little bit more personal with our news. Like, I got certain people that listen to me or go to my timeline because they want to see the stuff that I'm exploring and see the ideas. And I like going to certain people's YouTube channels, listening to certain podcasts, going to certain news sites, right? But I don't like pigeonholing myself. Like, for example, today I had the experience, it could be pleasurable or unpleasurable, considering what your mind state is, of being in the hospital with my mom from about 3:30 to damn near 11:30 p.m. to help her. So we in the hospital for a whole damn day. And while I was in there, the only thing that the waiting room that I was in had playing was Fox News. There was no way to turn it. But I started listening to a lot of the rhetoric that they were talking about. And what I noticed is that they use creativity to deal with issues. So you had this thing called the right wing and the left wing. I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm not even on that damn bird. You know what I'm saying? My piece is I'm looking for truth. So I'm going through and I'm listening and I'm looking at how they're creatively twisting things to fit their narrative, their story, their myth. So, for example, we had a bunch of white kids at Berkeley who decided that they didn't want to hear a certain speaker, and they tore that motherfucker up. You know, $100,000 worth of damage, you know. And, of course, they're upset, but, you know, we know because that's their young people, they're going to talk about it, but they're not going to take any major actions. But the point is that it amazes me how a people who exist on a land that was stolen, that was won by terrorism, that was basically wrenched from somebody else's hands. We're talking about a people who went to other countries and snatched people up for labor, raped, pillaged, destroyed, colonized, all of a sudden now are clean-cut individuals talking about how it's wrong to be violent. In a country that was built on violence. If there was no violence, America would not exist. Hell, America rose up out of violence. Violence against the Native Americans, violence against African people, violence against other West Asians. You know what I'm saying? Violence is the nature of countries, at least modern countries, Western countries. violence is at the core. And being able to warp and change this story to where they have civilized the world. And it was a noble effort. And although some of the actions were wrong, it all led to a positive end. Now I want you to think about this, right? They took their narrative and they slowly but surely over time started warping it. And everybody right now is shocked that somebody like Donald Trump doing the things that he does in this time could rise to power. You have individuals who are fearful. You have individuals who are in economic stress. You have individuals who have been programmed in education systems. And all the promises that were made to them are not being kept. The myth that they have based their life upon is slowly but surely slipping out their fingers. So of course, they're going to gravitate to someone or something that's going to tell them, hey, I could make this better. Hey, I could fix this. Hey, we have to start doing A, B, C, and D. It's worked for me. You know what I'm saying? Everything else before me was stupid. Right? So, of course, this is where a majority of the population that wanted to benefit from the fruits of their ancestors' labor is going to go. It's not hard. It just takes you a little bit of time to sit down and look at it. Right? The narrative has changed and they have bettered the world. The world is better because they have done what they did, they believe. Right? So they need to continue doing that. And they need to continue having the resources. Right? So when we are sitting here on this great day of Kahumba and we're sitting around hopefully thinking, we need to start thinking about how to creatively change our narrative, right? We need to move from victim to victor. We need to move from sad to joyous. And all this can be done in a series of tales about us overcoming struggle, right? Because I'm sick of a lot of these, you know, I haven't been out to see any of the latest movies as far as black folks, but for me, a lot of our stories are in the same way. Either we have to kowtow to the system, the law system, or we have to, like for example, Birth of a Nation. I wasn't amped about going to see the goddamn movie because I know the end. I know how it ends. Right? It don't end with freedom. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna get excited about a movie that's going to just make me feel good for about 25 minutes. You know what I'm saying? For 25 minutes or for that period of time that turn of this band was running around, that was the freest that they had ever been in their life, and that shit was snatched away. I'm not going to the movie to see that shit, right? We need to start telling more victorious tales. We need to start going back, looking at some of our history and structuring our communities on things that work for us. This shit is not working for us, right? Because it's all up under somebody else's narrative. It celebrates other people's ancestors, and they had a right to do that. I celebrate them for doing that. That's what they're supposed to do. Now, we need to start doing what we're supposed to do. We need to start creating our holidays. We need to start creating our times of joy and our national, our tribal times of sorrow. We need to start looking at the world from our perspective. and how it can benefit us. That's what Kuumba is for me. That's what it's about, right? So my life has been spent trying to look at the myths. This is why I do folktale for grown folks. This is why I build on that. Because I feel that our ancestors sent us messages. You know what I'm saying? I believe that it's crystallized wisdom. Because human nature hasn't changed. The same shit that's going on now was going on back then. Where we are now, we've been here before. And what we have to be able to do is be wise enough to get out of this situation and put things in place so this shit will never happen again. Never. So, this is Brother Hatim, and that's my thought for Kuumba today. Of course, you know, I won't be going to the board. I might go to the board, but this will be the speaking segment. So make sure you subscribe to my Spreaker, my podcast, so that you can start downloading the Daily Toast. Because once again, that's something I created so that on a daily basis, we're pouring libations. Instead of pouring them to the ground, we're pouring healthy things into our body. You know, so you're gonna see me doing different exercises. You're gonna hear music that's created by people that I know, or by local artists, or independent artists that give me permission to use their stuff, right? You're gonna start seeing me doing different types of exercises. You're gonna start seeing me in my warrior training. You're gonna start seeing me experimenting with things that some of them may come from you. Other one may be stuff that I find that I feel will benefit us, so I'll start doing them. Like, for example, the oil letting, right? We already talked about the ambrosia, because that's a market that I believe that we can control from the beginning to the end. But let's even talk about the oil letting. They're talking about using coconut oil. Coconut oil, a lot of coconut oil come out of Africa. Why can't we get it and all of us start oil letting? All of us start using, because think about the health properties just in coconut oil, right? Industry right there. Like I said, there should be very few black people going to white companies asking for things that help us with ash. The white stuff that go on your skin, you know what I'm saying? Helping us with dry skin. We need to start buying products that are produced by us, for us, in those avenues. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to start creatively moving into markets that we need. Not novelty shit. You know what I'm saying? Fancy. We need basic shit that everybody need, that we can agree that we all need. And if we all need it, we need to agree that that product is one that we will buy only from us. But that means that on the other end, far as the person selling it, you have to have a quality product. You know what I'm saying? Quality service. And we have to, and those businesses that are in our tribal units, that are in our group, have to have high standards of quality, high standards of service. So that even if outside people, allies, want to come in and want to support the business, they don't have to be going through no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Well, we're taking them and our own customer base for granted. We have to realize that we are in a service industry. We are providing a service, and we have to be creative with that service, as well as creative and focused with the service, so that we can give people the best experience. You know what I'm saying? We have to realize that they don't have to choose us, even if they are like us, even if they look like us, even if they're in our tribe. We have to understand that they don't have to do that. So, yo, this is Brother Hatim saying, yo, I want to thank everybody that's been listening and that's been tuning in. Make sure you like, subscribe, and more importantly, share, because we have to start doing this. And if you're doing your own thing and you're listening to me, give me the opportunity to help you by subscribing to what you do. You know what I'm saying? If you do a blog, you know what I'm saying? Let's cross-pollinate. You know what I'm saying? I write. I have some blog posts that I can share with you. You know what I'm saying? I have some information I might be able to share on your podcast or your YouTube channel. And if you want to come on mine, let's do it. Let's build. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to say this to all of my family, my allies out there, right? Please, listen deeper, okay? I want you to listen deeper. I don't want you to get caught up in the fact that I focus on my people. I want you to listen to the overall message, because I believe that the only way this country, America, is going to improve is if African Americans improve. Once we start rising, I believe this country will rise. We are an intricate part of this culture. We are an intricate part of this place. We're part of the soul. And as we all know, when you ignore a part of your soul, when you neglect a part of your soul, your whole life suffers. So part of America's issue is that part of the soul of the country is being ignored. Now also, on the creativity tip, I said I was going to end. I'm sorry, I lied. Also on the creative tip, we need to come out with how-to videos, how to work with young people, how to raise young people, how to provide lures to mastery, how to get them prepared for the future. You know what I'm saying? How to creatively discipline. You know what I'm saying? Because in the environment where I'm at, I work with a lot of young people in poverty, that come from poverty homes, that don't know it, that feel that life is a game. Not a serious game, but a fun game that they could play and they got plenty of time. We need to start making sure that our children understand their responsibility. We need to get out of the West Asian trap of this carefree childhood, because the issue is our children can't be carefree. I have an 11-year-old son who soon will start developing hair on his face. His body will start coming into a man, and he's going to be looked at no longer as the young, intelligent young man in school, to where he's going to be looked at as possibly a threat to somebody. And I have to make sure, as a father, you know what I'm saying, that I get him prepared, and I get my daughters prepared, right, for the future that they're going to be dealing with, right, job-wise as well as social-wise. I know a lot of us want to act like the racial divide don't exist. I know a lot of us want to act as if we're in a post-racial society. But the fact of the matter is that we're not. And we have to creatively, using our kuumba, prepare our children so that they could become productive members of our families, productive members of our tribes, productive members of our nation and the nation that we are in. So this is Brother Hatem. This is part of my daily toast. We are now in Kuumba, and I want to thank you for listening. I want to thank you for subscribing. I want to thank you for looking at it. And by the way, if you like it, comment. If you don't like it, comment. Help make me better, right? Tell me when I'm doing good. Tell me when I'm doing bad, so that I can start mastering my craft. That's the only way that I'm gonna get good. Let's help each other. I could take some criticism. My feelings might get hurt a little bit, maybe. You know what I'm saying? But maybe you might say something that might bring me an awareness that will catapult me to a point where I'm able to, with this show, take 50 youth on a train trip across the United States of America so that they can see this country. Be able to take 50 youth to Ghana and Senegal and Ivory Coast, to take them so that they can see the pyramids, and to take them to different places, because that's the goal, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If I'm doing all right, all those around me is going to be doing all right. You know what I'm saying? I just got to make sure that they're productive, and I got to make sure that I have a business for them to check out. Also, go to Gye-Nyame.com. Check the top tabs up there. Most of my books are up there. I'm going to put a new tab for my latest book, probably within the next 7 days. It will be available on February 27th. The title is Freedom Within Limits, Haku by Hatim. Check them out. Check it out. And know that whether you buy it on Kindle, right now on Kindle it's $3 on the 27th. You know what I'm saying? But soon afterwards, the price is going to go up. And it's also available in hardback. I'll probably do $10 on that, right? So, yo, all I got to say is thank you for listening, and let's build, because we have no choice. We have no choice. Let's build. We want to make things better for the world. Let's build. Let's make our homes better. Let's make ourselves better. Let's do it. Brother Hatim, I'm out. Great Kuumba to you. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. Oh, man, you scared me to death. Hey, what you doing down here? You know it's time for the toast. Let's go toast, man. Great emotion. Shower done, Cole. Shower done. I'm hyped. Let's go get it. What's up, y'all? Good morning. Time for us to start the day. Of course, you know, we got the toast. Those that know, the shower experiment's going well. I'm getting pretty used to doing the cold shower, so we're going to see how long we can do that. We try to do that for at least 30 days. We're still working on the isometrics. We're still doing the oil letting, so we're going to keep it up. Of course, first, regular, We got to jumpstart the body. Try to get that water in you first thing in the morning. Alright, cool. Water done. I found some ambrosia. I think my wife might have opened it and it wasn't the flavor that she wanted. Just left it. So I'm going to finish it. It's guy body. I'm gonna mix it with some of my adult sipper because it didn't have a cap on it, so we're gonna get it a little bit lively. Alright. So of course y'all know how this goes, those that's been joining me. And I want to send shouts out to my speaker fam, right? So that's why we doing a little bit more talking and during the show, right? Because everybody don't get the visual. Some people just getting the audio. But here we go. We sending shots out to the creator. We ask the creator, which we know is all around us and within us. We salute, we toast that creator. We ask the creator to be present in our lives. Give us power, give us wisdom, give us guidance. So we toast that creator. We toast, we move on, and we toast our personal ancestors. Now, like I said, this is a personal time. Now, you can toast whatever you want, but right now, I'm toasting my personal ancestors. I remember my grandmothers and my grandfathers and my friends and my uncles and my aunts that have passed away that had a major influence on my life. So I toast them. We toast them, we say, Ashe. From there, we toast this moment, which we know is today is Umoja. We toast Umoja. And we gonna have a nice conversation about that. We toast and we say Ashe. From Umoja, we move on to our children, our children's children, unto infinity. We toast them so that one day they may toast us. We celebrate them so one day that they may celebrate us. We build for them so that one day they could build for our return. So we toast them all and we say Ashe, 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 and as we say in Gye-Nyame, 100 years. Set open all night, still got a little kick. That ambrosia ain't no joke. I got to brew some more, so some of y'all out there, you better put your orders in if you in Columbus. Man, so now, let's run through the agenda. For those on Spreaker, you're going to hear some music. So I'm about to go through the cleaning aspect of my daily routine. Then we're going to do the Ashe breath. So for those of you on Spreaker, we're going straight to a musical interlude. But those on the video, you know we're about to speed it up. We're going to knock out the chores that we have to do. We're going to knock out the meditation and some of the exercises. We're working with isometrics right now from the book, from the book, The Art of Shinku. You know, we're doing some exercises out of here. So we building, y'all. We're not playing, right? We're doing it for real. So I will see you in a second. Wait, oil letting, right? Hold on. We're gonna start that right now. Y'all know we've been getting busy. Y'all remember when that bottle was full? Look at that. Look at that.
You are now listening to Gye-Nyame Journey Radio. This is a Heart of a Symbol production. Where we strive to blow up your old paradigms.
So with no further delay, let's give him our undivided attention and let's receive Brother Minister Nuri Muhammad with a warm round of applause. All praise is due to Allah.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, family. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, I bear witness there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is indeed his messenger. I'd like to greet my brothers and my sisters in the greeting words of peace of Assalamu alaikum. How's everybody today? All praises are due to Allah. I'm doing well myself, striving in Allah's name to make my word my bond. Thanking Allah to be able to celebrate a Savior's Day. To actually have met a Lord and a Redeemer for the black man and woman in the whole world if they only but understood. And I'm talking about the greatest black man that has ever lived other than God himself, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. All praise is due to Allah for the most honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah, Columbus Most Dangerous up in here for the year 2014. Yeah. Grime Life Entertainment. It's got you calling on your Jesus. Stomach full of pork chops. Wake up out of your sleep, it's getting beat. It's time I wreck shop. The enemy keep these picture from the scripture. Blood you didn't decrypt you. He put you with devilish ways. He got you to spray. You see the picture, vision it clearly. Man, you too near me not to hear me. Chastisement divinely coming from Allah so severely. Rain, snow, hell, and earthquakes. The world will shake. Let's watch these white devils fall. Death is your fate. Vanilla killer, cause it's judgment day. Ain't no escape, ain't running high. It's about time you pay for slavery. Look what you did to me and other black people. Made us to live inferior. Treat us like we ain't equal. Tricked us with Christianity. Taught us about a trinity. Plans to lead us to hell. Blind with no unity. If you and me wanna break these chains, united we stand tall. Let's go, you hear Elijah's final call. We must follow his teachings. Let's make it through Judgment Day. Black woman, black man, unite, white folk gon' pay. For the way she did her, black slaves sent the Lord in a rage. Look, read the front page. A lot of devils filling up the graves. Vanilla killer, it's the Judgment Day. Ain't no hiding, ain't no running, ain't no getting away. Nope. Vanilla killer, it's the Judgment Day. Ain't no hiding, ain't no running, ain't no getting away.
See what's wrong with the way we living? Crazy spending and fornicating with crazy women. It's crazy ignorant, you programmed and made me ignorant. Just sit down, have a seat, homie, and pay attention. BT wants you to see the cars, clothes, and bling. That's what they show you to program you just to want these things. To make it worse, they even show you how to go and get it. Get you a pot and some water, jump on the stove and whip it. Guess you don't understand the reason why you wear a chain. Cause you still enslaved, it's different, yet it's still the same. They blowing up our buildings, they poisoning our food. They poisoning our mind, we sick and we ain't got the flu. But you don't got a clue, cause you addicted to Jerry Springer and Dr. Who and whatever they got for you. We killing each other thinking it's what we gotta do. The end is near and it's coming soon. I'm dropping jewels.
Let's make it through Judgment Day. Black woman, black man, unite, white folk gon' pay. For the way she did her, black slaves sent the Lord in a rage. Look, read the front page. A lot of devils filling up the graves. Vanilla killer, it's the Judgment Day. Ain't no hiding, ain't no running, ain't no getting away. Nope. Vanilla killer, it's the Judgment Day. Ain't no hiding, ain't no running, ain't no getting away.
You are now listening to Gye-Nyame Journey Radio.
This is a Heart of a Symbol production. Where we strive to blow up your old paradigms. Board meeting to order. Alright, let's get it. So, y'all know I want to say, once again, great emoji. Alright, we're going to lay it out. I got the points of meeting. You know, it's about fits. I was hustling this weekend, so I ironed all my kids' clothes for this week. So I just got to iron my pants. I ironed most of my shirts. But I still got to do my ties and stuff, even though some people say you shouldn't iron your ties. I've never been like everybody else anyway. But today, we know that it's emoji. Now, with emoji, so what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to keep better, I'm going to keep better track of the other principles. But we got emoji, which is unity. We got mentalism, or all is mental, which is basically law of mentalism, that the whole universe is based on the thoughts of God type thing. It's a thought energy out, you know what I'm saying? And then we have truth, which is the biotic principle. The mentalism is from the hermetic principles, all right? So the piece that we need to focus on is the unity with the truth. And one of the things that I think we need to really start working on, of course, I always say what I think, because it's all my opinion, but I would love to hear your comments, your ideas as well. We need to really start working on developing a foundation of truth, because truth and unity go hand in hand. It's hard to talk about having unity when truth is lacking, right? Now, one of the places where I'm seeing is, because actually it kind of goes to some other principles. Being able to distinguish the real from the unreal, being able to distinguish the real from the unreal, right? Because it's sort of like we're trying to build unity, but we got a lot of people putting up illusions or false realities, right? Because I'm running into a phenomenon where I have a group of people that believe that just because they or their children, just if they are able to explain why they do what they do, then that makes it okay. Now, how are you supposed to unify with somebody that's living in a reality like that? It don't matter what they do, just as long as they can explain why they did what they did. You know what I'm saying? That's called justifying. You know what I'm saying? We got a whole generation of people that's learning to justify fuckery, right? So now, how can we build unity on something like that, right? So how do you deal with these individuals? Now, this is my suggestion. You know, this is just Brother Hatim. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, like, for example, we have to be clear on, I don't want to burn my pants. These are my favorites. I already burnt them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? For those that's new, the board is the ironing board, okay? You don't want y'all thinking I got a group of people in here meeting. The board is the ironing board. This is the gavel, okay? The clothes are the points of discussion, okay? It's a metaphor, all right? So, Brother Hatim suggests, right, that in some ways, because everybody's not going to make it. I ain't even talking about an end of the world scenario. Everybody's not going to make it. Everybody's not going to make it to happiness. Everybody's not going to make it to joy. And if there is an end of the world scenario, everybody's not going to make it through, right? So what we have to do is, once again, start building unity, not on a mass level, but we need to start building unity on a smaller level, because really a lot of crazy people, they got some unity, right? They got a whole clique of crazy people, right? So now those of us that believe that we're sane, I think we better start forming some cliques too, based on truth, right? You know what I'm saying? Based in truth, not just on truth, but based in truth. The truth of the matter is, everybody else is working together. We're the only ones that's not doing it, right? We are the only ones not doing it. Now, where is your tribe? Because, because a lot of people is like, we need to move away from tribalism. I'm like, oh, hell no. You know what I'm saying? Because America hasn't moved away from tribalism. You know what I'm saying? Groups in America hasn't moved away from tribalism. Hell, tribalism, through the concept of tribalism, wealth is passed from one generation to the next. Y'all say that's family, okay? Yeah, but those families what rest in tribes, right? You best believe that Rockefeller ain't just passing money down through the Rockefeller family because other people's marrying into that, and they got a whole tribe. It's a whole community of people that are wealthy, right? We the only ones that believe that we could do it all on our own. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on that. I'm not on that. I understand that if I'm wealthy, I have to leave a whole bunch of people behind because they're going to drain my wealth. So I got to find ways to build up a community or a group of individuals around me that are wealthy as well. I have to have a tribe that's wealthy. I have to have a community that's wealthy. You know what I'm saying? Not just an individual. When we talk about unity, right, we talking about it as a unified group building up. See, because this is what's going to happen. Once people start recognizing that what you are doing is working, they're going to want to come and unify with you, right? This is why we always got to be building. This is why we always got to be working. This is why we always got to be mastering our skills, because once it starts working, once the process is complete and we start getting the results of all the things that we've been talking about, other people are going to come. But then you are able to tell them how they're able to come, right? They can't come with these false realities. They got to come in truth. They got to come with truth first. They got to get rid of a lot of the negative shit. See, because, we got to understand that initiation is all about an individual making sacrifices. Initiation is all about bringing somebody into the truth of the group, right? That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? It's like, boom, all right, we're going to bring you in. All right, boom, boom, boom. This is what's going to happen here. This is what's going to happen there. This is what's going to happen here. You know what I'm saying? Actually, you don't tell them that, but, But the point is, once we start coming and dealing with each other in truth, right? we'll be able to really start practicing unity, because it's the truth that holds the unity together. All right? You know what I'm saying? And like I said, man, we got to get out of this justification bullshit. And once again, I always go back to this. We got to start changing the narrative. We got to start changing the story. We got to get up out of this victim shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, slavery was terrible, but there's a powerful story, there's a powerful narrative that can produce some superhuman individuals if we tell that story right. Right? Because from great struggle come great people. Right? We got to make sure our young people are embracing this fact. From great struggle come great people. Right? So now, how are we gonna change the story so they could bring unity? Because you know a lot of people are running from us unifying because they're trying to distance themselves from the sad tales that we got to tell about our people. You know what I'm saying? About the victimization. No, you know, some people are elevated to a point where they say, hey, I'm not trying to be a motherfucking victim. I'm not trying to be a victim. Right? So they distance themselves from us. Part of that is being honest about our story, being truthful about our story, being truthful about the greatness that the story produced. You know what I'm saying? Being truthful about the greatness that came up out of that. You know what I'm saying? We got to start being truthful and stop trying to look for people to feel sorry for us, and start getting people to hell. I don't want your sympathy. I don't want your sorrow, but I want you to accept the story. Right? And I want myself and my children to accept the story, because in accepting that story, we become more powerful. We become more powerful. Because I want you to think about the struggle that we made it. I want the truth of the story. I want you to think about that. Your ancestors made it through that. Nobody else's. Your ancestors made it through that, so that you can stand right here, right now, and listen to what I'm talking about. That's a powerful truth. And that's a truth that could bring unity. Right? That's a powerful fact. It's beyond a fact. It's a powerful truth that can be used. But we're just telling the story wrong. That's all I'm saying. All right. So now, this is Brother Tim. This is Unity. Umoja, right? I'm going to let it go on right there. Put it right there. It's going to be right there. And we done. All right. I want to thank you for tuning in. Those of you on Spreaker, thank you for listening. Give me your comments. You know what I'm saying? Like, subscribe, and more importantly, right? Share. This is Brother Tim, and I'm out. Peace. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. Are you checking out the library? Oh, okay. Hey, there's plenty of time for this. You know, it's Coogee, Child, and Leah. And it's time for the toast. You ready? Let's get it. Great Coochie Chocolate. Hey, I want to say good morning or a great day, whatever time it is that you're tuning in. I want to thank you for taking the time for chilling with us on Gye-Nyame Journey's Daily Toast. I want to send a shout out to my brother, the Traveler, Brother D, for the recent loss in this life, but the gain of a powerful ancestor. So this goes out to you, my brother. We're going to toast our ancestors. We're going to toast the creator our ancestors. But first, we got to start off our day with a shot of water. Jumpstart the body, y'all. Come on, drink your water, drink your water, drink your water. Get it started. My own homemade ambrosia. Available for family and friends. Now this one right here is a sipper. I'm trying to tell y'all, this one is strong. It's been sitting around. Y'all been drinking this one with me for maybe a week and a half. We've been slowly making it through the gallon, and I don't know what happened. But this one is stronger than usual. So we're gonna go on first. We're gonna salute Creator, the energy that's all around us. We call on this energy to be active with us and to protect us and to see us through our hard times, because it's in those hard times that we find ourselves. Coochie Chocolate, in the hard times is when the definition of who we are really comes out, when we really are able to define ourselves, when we are really able to mold ourselves. So we salute the Creator for allowing us those opportunities. Right? That feedback from life, not failure, not really struggle. It's feedback. So let's learn how to use it, create a healthy feedback loop so that we can continue growing. All right? We toast the Creator. We toast our personal ancestors. We call on our personal ancestors. I challenge everybody that's on the journey. Develop your own personal list of ancestors, right? Your personal ancestors. You know, if you need to, develop you an altar, whether it's on your bookshelf or it's in a little private space where you got pictures of your friends and family around, so that you can always salute them. You can always have a toast with them, because it's important that as African people, we start plugging back into our traditions, right, and moving forward, right? We're in a modern time now, so we have to go and start learning how to adapt what we are. One of my elders always talk about resilience, right? And the resiliency of our traditions and how they're able to mold and shape no matter what situation we are in. So we need to learn how to call on our personal ancestors, because they are your guardian angels, whether you know it or not. Your grandmama's looking out for you. She had passed. Your grandfather's looking out for you. And when you drink with them and you drink for them, it empowers you, all right? So we salute those ancestors. Last but not, this ain't the last. We're going to salute the day. So we started with the past, and we started with the Creator. We moved to the past, right? Now we're moving into the present. We toast today, which is Coochie Chocolate. We drink for the day. And then from there, Coochie Chocolate is self-determination, which is also lines up with correspondence. As above, so below. It also lines up with justice, you know what I'm saying? Which a lot of us are screaming that we want, but we're being tricked and we're falling for. We're not getting justice, we're getting laws, you know what I'm saying? We're getting man's laws. So we need to really start defining that type of stuff, right? The color that goes for today is orange. No, my fault. Is indigo, dark blue. So all that stuff. Like I said, I'm going to try to get into that a little bit more as we move on through the toast. So we move on, not today, but as we move on into the future. And then last but not least, we toast for our children's children unto infinity, because everything that we're building, everything that we're working towards is for a better future for them. If not, then why are you doing it, right? If you're not doing it, because really, you can do it for yourself, but eventually you fade away and your children will come, or others will come and take over. What will be your legacy? What are you leaving? What are you building for the future? So we toast. And as we say in Gye-Nyame, 100 years. Ashe, ashe, ashe. Get your probiotics, yo. That ambrosia. Alright. So, we need to start the day. So we're going to do our cleaning. And from our cleaning, we're going to move into our movements. And then we're going to move into our Ashe breath. I'm going to take a shower afterwards. Ice cold shower. Alright. So, with that, we off.
You are now listening to Gye-Nyame Journey Radio. This is a Heart of a Symbol production. Where we strive to blow up your old paradigms.
Peace, Hotep. It's Mansour Hotep, aka Mr. Deity. Mr. Deity, does it sound good? I think it sounds great. Right now, you listening to Gye-Nyame Journey Radio.
Verbal delegation. In that society, Dr. Brown, Mr. Deity. Politics, money, religion, they divide us. Let's bring it back together with some K's right beside us. Stars shine bright, sucker, how you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. Politics, money, religion, they divide us. Let's bring it back together with some K's right beside us. Stars shine bright, sucker, how you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. Mr. Deity, where you been? In my corner of the ring, fighting life, trying not to get counted out or throw in the towel. On the ropes, I'ma lean till my vision see clean, blood in my eye. This world is a bad dream. As long as money's king, I feel funny in my being. You can see it when I walk and you hear my shackles cling. IMAX, bigger picture, niggas still don't see a thing. It's 2014, still flag torching. Fucking inflation make it hard to cop groceries. So don't be surprised if someone run up with that sorcery. Levitate your wallet, give me the loot. Chris Wallace, capitalizing. Democracy at its rawest. Sucker, you the trees, I'm the forest. I'm the earth, you a Taurus. I'm Black Jesus, you don't know who a Saw is. Hannibal Vicarious, every bar is a battalion. Spirit of a panther with the Kevlar medallions. Politics, money, religion, they divide us. Let's bring it back together with some K's right beside us. Stars shine bright, sucker, how you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. Politics, money, religion, they divide us. Let's bring it back together with some K's right beside us. Stars shine bright, sucker, how you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. They still got our children pledging allegiance to flags that spill red and blue blood to white out history we had. No Django 8 years ago, took my chains off. 4 Mansour Hotep and took James off. 80% of prisons overpopulated with
colored brothers. 30% of our children aborted by mothers. Most of the gun violence is a brother on another. Most of the work on the street, we sell to one another. What's the equation to these mathematics? When you control the minds and the economy, multiply the madness. The ghetto's an experiment created by your masters. We tried to change that shit, but they killed all the Panthers. Fred Hampton, bullet holes in a bloody mattress. This Liberation Patriot Act, terrorist action, sponsored by your local revolutionary rapper. I voted for assassination, you can cast my ballot. Politics, money, religion, they divide us. Let's bring it back together with some K's right beside us. Stars shine bright, sucker, how you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. Politics, money, religion, they divide us. Let's bring it back together with some K's right beside us. Stars shine bright, sucker, how you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. Politics, money, religion, they divide us. Let's bring it back together with some K's right beside us. Stars shine bright, sucker, how you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. Politics, money, religion, they divide us. Let's bring it back together with some K's right beside us. Stars shine bright, sucker, how you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. They divide us. K's right beside us. How you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us. They divide us. K's right beside us. How you gon' hide us? Higher than planes in Malaysia, can't fly us.
Do you hear that? Is it supposed to sound like this? Mr. Deity, I think it sounds great. Mr. Deity?
interesting thing, but this would be the 3rd time that I ran through this. Alright? So, now, perfect lesson in Gye-Nyame is self-determination. Fam, listen. I done did this 3 times. This is my 3rd take. My data is just disappearing. I go into my thing, I find out that I don't have enough space. I got old videos on here because I got to clean out the videos because my videos take up so much space that I don't have space. Now I could just give up, throw my hands up and be like, woe is me. Life is not fair. You know what I'm saying? But I'm defining the narrative, right? Creators give me another opportunity. I'm being given another opportunity for my ancestors to just lay this shit out again, right? This is how important this message is. You know what I'm saying? Because now we're on Gye-Nyame. Alright, it's gonna be right here. I ain't know whether to put it over here, but I'm gonna put it right here. Alright? Gye-Nyame, it's floating right there. I can touch it. I'm touching on it right now. Right? Okay. Alright. So now, self-determination. Right? Self-determination. It also shares the day with justice. It shares the day with correspondence. It shares the day with the 3rd eye. This is where the Gye-Nyame point is, right? My elder, Dr. Marie Kelsey, used to tell us, he said, no, this is not the 3rd eye. This is the 1st eye. Now, what you mean? He said, this is the first, that's the 1st eye that is formed. And the rest of your body is formed around that 1st eye. That's an eye. So long before these two open up, that 1st one is already active. Right? Because we learned, because we don't use it, because we forgot how to use it. Now it's sitting inside of you, waiting for you to awaken it. Right? And I'm honestly starting to believe the stories we tell ourselves, or the stories that we are programmed with, shut that down or wake it up. What story are you telling? Right? And this is the point, man. Yesterday, I had somebody send me a correspondence, and it was a victim-based correspondence. And this victim-based correspondence virus, because it's like a virus. Being a victim is like a virus. I need you to understand that, right? Because it spreads, you know what I'm saying? Because now you're looking for people to blame, you're looking for other things to blame, you know what I'm saying? Boom, it's a victim, you know what I'm saying? Boom, boom, boom. And most of us are victims because of the stories we have been told or the stories we have accepted about ourselves. Fam, we have to change that. As a matter of fact, we have to understand that the narrative that we allow to fill up our lives, fill us up, and spill out into our children. So if I'm constantly having a story of woe, if I'm constantly having a narrative of woe, if I'm constantly having a tale of woe, guess what type of tales my children more than likely will tell? Most of us, right, don't understand that stories aren't just told, narratives aren't just told like how I'm talking to you right now. Narratives are told in how we walk, how we have conversations, not what we say, how we deal with situations, and how we deal with others in relationships. That's telling a story. And it spills over into our children. Our children start becoming us. Some of our story is transmitted through the genes. So now, in our conscious state, when we start waking up, we have the power to change our story. Why is it important to change our story? Because it is the Gye-Nyame, the self-determination, that moves us towards justice. See, because we got to understand, justice is not given by men. It'll never be given by men. Why? Justice is about balancing out the scales. If I am winning over here, this means my scale become heavier than yours. I'm lifting you up, and I'm going down because I'm getting the burden of all your wealth. For us, for me to supposedly give you justice, that means I have to give you back all the stuff that I work to steal from you. And that might be justice to you over here. But that's a crime to me. I worked hard to steal on that. I killed a lot of people. I raped and pillaged. I'm not giving up my shit. Justice is something that we have to take. Justice is never given to a people. Justice is like liberation. Actually, I'm starting to think they're related. And then justice is distributed amongst a people, right? By the people. Now, we have to put a halt to the victim narrative. I'm not saying that we need to stop talking about slavery. I'm not saying that we need to stop talking about the effects of slavery. But the narrative that we bring with that, we have to start changing, man. It's horrible. It's saddening. I don't want to hear this shit. So I know my kids don't want to hear this shit. I know my kids is running away from it. So we have to figure out how to change the narrative. Like, for example, I didn't rush out to go see Nat Turner. I still ain't seen Nat Turner yet. You know why? Birth of a Nation, you know why I ain't seen it? Because I know the fucking end. I don't give a fuck what he did within the first 150 minutes. I know in that last 10 minutes they're going to kill him. That's not a story for me. I know the story, right? We need to come up with a mythical character that escaped. Develop some type of secret underground organization and is waiting for a chance to come and take back what's ours. What's wrong with that? They do it all the goddamn time. We got to change our narrative, right? We got to be bold enough to change our narrative and don't care who it affects outside of us. We got to build. We got to be bold enough to build. We got to be brave enough to build. We got to be... See, having a narrative requires you to be brave, bold, strong enough to protect it. See, because we're trying to shoot for wealth. We're trying to shoot for material wealth. But we haven't even looked at the intrinsic wealth that's in us. And that intrinsic wealth is translated through stories. Right? What stories are we telling our kids? Right? I have situations where I have families that are raising children to be victims. Whether they were victimized by God or victimized by the system, rather than looking at the opportunity to give these young people a challenge. What's the difference between a handicap and a challenge? You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about it, black folks. We had the biggest handicap in history. It's a challenge. Why? Why do you handicap something? Why do you handicap somebody? Because the potential in them is so great that they outdo all the other competition. This is why you handicap something. You know what I'm saying? This is why, and when you gamble, you give the least likely team to win, you give them points so that other people will be willing to bet on him. I'm not betting on them if I don't get no goddamn points. Do I get a point spread? Because this other team is incredible. But I'll take them if you give me a 7-point spread. Handicaps will put on great things, right? You need to think about some of your struggles, whether it's the color of your skin, whether it's not being able to see, whether it's not being able to hear, as a challenge, because you were so great, you were so powerful that you had to start life with a handicap. I know some of y'all gonna be mad at me. I don't give a shit, because the PC is, I need to change the narrative of my people, man. We need to change our narratives because our kids is getting this shit and they're running around. Some of them are running around these schools, not learning nothing, rolling on the goddamn ground, acting like fucking, I don't even want to say what they're acting like, but we got to stop it because they're living out the narrative that they've been taught as a group that we're showing them. You know what I'm saying? When we get on TV and be groan and moan and cry because a president ain't doing nothing when they see us spending all types of money, doing all types of fuckery, give me a break. All right, but today the key is our Gye-Nyame will move us towards justice. Justice is never given. Justice has to be taken. You could never count on another man to give you justice. Never. You can count on another man to follow a law and give you the justice of the land, but they will not give you the justice of your people. If we're waiting for other people to come to terms with the fact that their ancestors were wrong and it's up to them to balance out the scales, they will never do it. Why? Because it's against human nature. Why is it against human nature? Because I have to take food off my child's plate to put food on your child's plate. And I'm not going to do it. There's a rare individual that will do that. Rare. They're rare. And there are not enough of them in order for us to really get what we need in this world. So, hey, this is Brother Hatim saying, great Gye-Nyame. Great Gye-Nyame. Man, listen, I'm so glad I had to do this 3 times, man. Listen, because that's the lesson, right? Because I'm telling you, man, I could have just gave up. I could have just put what I got on and said, hey, I had a hard time, but no, I stuck to it. Self-determination. I defined the story. The story was that I was given an opportunity. I was given an opportunity to give it to you like this, right? So, hey, I want you, I want you to like, subscribe, and most importantly, share. This is Brother Hatim saying, great Gye-Nyame, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching the video. I want you to subscribe. Click the bird right there, the fiery bird. And I also have a special video just for you, right there. And for those that want more information about Gye-Nyame Journey, go to our site. It should be right about there. Peace. Damn, nowadays you everywhere I go. Hey, you ready to do the toast? You know it's a G-month. Alright. Well, it's time for us to do the toast. It's a great book. What you reading? Freedom Within Limits by me? I appreciate that. Alright. So, let's go do this toast. It's our day today. Let's get it. Come on. Great day. Great achievement to you, yo. Hey, of course, you know we got to start off, but hey, come on now. Come on, grab your water, get your water. It's kind of hard to get up early and handle our business, right? So we're going to drink our water, get your 16 ounces. This water allow that ashe to flow through your body, right?